an implementation plan for the first 10 years that coincides with the Decade of Action on SDGs in the context of Agenda 2030. And our focus has already an implementation plan for the fruit, because in the past few years we have stayed on track with our quest to end hunger in line with SDG 2, to safeguard the good health and well-being of our citizens in line with SDG 3, to improve quality of education in line with SDG 4, to leverage Malawi's abundant water resources for better sanitation in line with SDG 6, and to promote life below water in line with SDG 14. Now, while we celebrate the progress we have made on these goals, with 7 years to go before the end of the Decade of Action on SDGs, we are not satisfied with seeing progress on only 5 out of 17 goals. In fact, not only do we need support with making gains in the areas where we are seeing little, but we even need urgent support with safeguarding the gains we have made in the areas where we are doing well. In short, we need urgent support in building resilience to inoculate our economy against the adverse effects of shocks. In 12 months since the last time I stood here, Malawi has had the worst cholera outbreak in its history, killing more people than COVID, a consequence of the contamination of water bodies and systems suffered when cyclones Ana and Gombe hit us 6 months before. In that time, Malawi has also had a drought in its northern region, resulting in the loss of half of our maize and 80% of our rice in one of the most productive districts in our country. In that time, Malawi has also come under assault by the worst cyclone on record, as Freddie made landfall twice and left a trail of death and destruction like you can't believe, killing over 1,000, displacing over 500,000, and washing away homes, roads, and bridges, businesses, and fields of crops that are a source of livelihood for over 2 million people. So when I say that our SDGs are under threat, the threat is real, and it is already here. What Malawi needs, therefore, is decision and action. We need decision and action on the climate financing that has thus far been nothing more than a promissory note from the developed countries responsible for sourcing or resourcing our efforts for mitigation, adaptation, and most urgently, loss and damage. We need decision and action on debt. For like most least developed countries, Malawi is in distress because its debt is unsustainable. And so our call to action on behalf of all LDCs on this matter remains the same. Cancel the dates. Cancel the dates. Cancel the dates. As a family of nations, we have already lost 2 years of progress during the Decade of Action due to economic shutdowns effected to contain COVID-19. And if you want the global economy to regain that lost ground, you must cancel the debts. We have lost another 2 years of progress during this Decade of Action due to economic disruptions caused by the war in Eastern Europe. And if you want to see LDCs catch up on SDGs, you must cancel the debts. That's a decision you can make today, an action you can take that would breathe oxygen into the suffocating economies of the global South. That's a decision you can make today so that the money being drained by servicing debts can go towards rebuilding roads, schools, hospitals, businesses, and livelihoods. For Malawi's part, we are committed to continue implementing reforms and policies aimed at building economic resilience against shocks. We are committed to continue engaging the United Nations and our development partners, both multilaterally as well as bilaterally, in mobilizing international support that goes beyond disaster management and seeks to build sustainability. We are committed to continue banging on the doors of financial institutions that remain too slow and too unresponsive and too rigid to address the existing financing gaps in the programs we have for achieving SDGs. We are committed to the principle of the UN Charter and to a rules-based international system, so long as we have the power to change the rules that have worked against us and held us back in terms of our development for decades. This is why Malawi strongly advocates for radical reform in the United Nations Security Council itself, whose very structure undermines the values of democracy, inclusivity, accountability, and trust. It is no accident that at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, focused on rebuilding trust and solidarity, only one head of state from the permanent members of the UN Security Council showed up. That is not how you build trust. That is not how you show solidarity. That is not accountability. That is not leadership. As such, I believe President Biden said it so well here, and Malawi joins the United States in insisting that Africa must have a permanent seats on the UN Security Council with veto power, because without that level of inclusivity, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity will be a challenge. One of the reasons we need a reformed United Nations is because we need a new development paradigm going beyond 2030. We need a development paradigm that takes on board the interests of the developing world in the spirit of true partnership. We need a development paradigm that places partnership at the heart of our quest for SDG achievement. We need a development paradigm that promotes competition in matters of human ingenuity, science, technology, and innovation, and not in matters of militarization and economic exploitation, which are just new forms of colonization. We need a new paradigm that celebrates and rewards the developed nations that fulfill their commitment to finance resilience projects in developing countries. We need a new paradigm that establishes effective carbon markets to empower developing nations like Malawi with resources necessary for achieving sustainability and implementing their national adaptation plans. We need a new paradigm that builds each continent's capacity to tackle future pandemics, including vaccine manufacturing capabilities and proactive pandemic preparedness. And most importantly, we need a new paradigm that unleashes the full potential of our youth and puts them in the driving seat of the vehicles we are using to reach our targets. For the future we are chasing after is theirs and not ours. I thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force for the statement just made. And I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Taneti Mau Mau, President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
a nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Taneti Mau Mau, President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to share warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Kiribati. In the name of the Almighty God, whom we place our trust in, and is our anchor of solidarity. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in congratulating you on your election, and I wish you every success as you guide these important deliberations. The theme, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity for Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all resonates deeply with the aspirations of our people. In our fast-changing world, predicated by multiple challenges, part of the theme to rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is very timely and crucial. As we all know, trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, that when strained, it creates uncertainties, mistrust, and instability. Geopolitical tensions, economic disparities, and the unforeseen challenges brought about by events like pandemics, climate change crisis, and disasters have tested the resolve of national governments, their peoples, and their partners. The call to rebuild trust, therefore, highlights the need for countries to establish faith in multilateral cooperation and diplomacy. It highlights the importance of transparent communication, mutual understanding, and engaging with each other to afford strategic partnerships for our common goal and development. Our renewed commitments to accountability, good governance, and responsive policies can contribute to a more engaged and empowered global community. At the same time, the call to reignite global solidarity reflects our recognition that our global challenges and opportunities are intertwined. It encourages countries not only to recognize, but also deliver actions to resolve issues as poverty, inequality, climate change, and healthcare. The idea of global solidarity underscores the principle that no nation can thrive in isolation and recognizes the uniqueness of each country's context and need. The experience from COVID-19 pandemic is an exemplary of the world coming together as one family. When we recognize the essence of science, while we recognize the essence of science to address pandemics, it is important for member states to work together to gain a better understanding of the variants and vaccines before they are rolled out. Mr. President, since the launching of the SDGs in 2015, my government launched Kiriba's first ever long development plan, identifying our priorities for development. The Kiriba's vision for 20 years is rooted firmly on the needs of all Kiribati and commits my government to transform Kiribati into a wealthier, healthier, and peaceful nation. It recognizes the need to align our national priorities with the SDGs and complements our national efforts with those outlined by our UN family. In 2018, my government became one of the few member states that delivered a voluntary national report, VNR, outlining our policy actions to achieve our SDGs. The VNR enabled us to take stock of our development and assess our future. To ensure sustainability and ownership of our desired developmental goals, we are engaged in extensive consultations at all levels. As the year 2030 is imminent, time is of the essence. It is imperative for our UN family to stay on track in our efforts to achieve our goals set forth in the SDGs. This entails setting ambitious targets and mobilizing resources, technology, innovation, and policy changes to ensure the goals are achieved on time. However, there is no guarantee that SDG goals will be achieved. Therefore, Kiribati's graduation from a least developed country would not be sustainable. Mr. President, since our independence in 1979, our nation has enjoyed 44 years of stable and peaceful governance. We continue to recognize the independence of the three arms of government, trusting that each arm discharges its duties with the highest level of integrity in a transparent, respectful, and honest manner. We are committed and determined to ensure that Kiribati remains peaceful as we chart our future. But peace can be precarious, as determining factors are often beyond our control. We have the human resources, yet lack the capacity or necessary skills to develop our country. Equally important is the commitment to maximize benefit to our people, uplift our communities, and maintain our cultural values for peace. During this year's National Day celebrations, after so many years, Kiribati, for the first time in history, successfully united all faith-based organizations to gather again as one family under one roof to worship God. All Christian denominations, including the Baha'i faith and Islam followers in Kiribati, rejoiced in songs of praise and in richness of prayers. During this worship, it was heartening to be in the atmosphere where one can truly feel the grace, peace, and love of God. Also, recognizing the greater humility of being an Kiribati is far more effective in sustaining peace rather than the differences in faith. We invite the rest of the world to follow this example. As part of our commitment to global peace, my government is working closely with the UN to engage our police in the UN peacekeeping missions and with the support of various partners. We will commit to support gender balance in recognition of Kiribati's ongoing commitment to equal representation and opportunities. In addition, Kiribati has strengthened its policies and laws to support and empower women and girls, people with disabilities, elders, the unemployed, youth, and children. Mr. President, we must recall our commitments under our UN Charter to build a safe, peaceful and secure home for our peoples, individually as sovereign nations and collectively as members of the United Nations. In Kiribati, we strongly believe that this is deeply threatened and undermined by the continued existence of nuclear weapons, the discharge of nuclear treated water, and the leakage of radioactive materials into the blue Pacific Ocean. The existence of nuclear weapons also diminishes trust in our UN family members on their commitments to peace and stability if they continue to manufacture and possess nuclear weapons. Kiribati will continue promoting the non-proliferation and ultimately the total elimination of nuclear weapons to our United Nations, and in particular, our obligations in keeping our region, our land, our harbor, airspace, and our ocean free of pollution with radioactive waste and other materials, including plastics. Most importantly is the health of our people, especially those who were exposed to the nuclear test blast on Christmas Island, and those whose ancestral land have been exploited, leaving pinnacles behind. Compensations must be made to those on Christmas Island, including the Banabans people affected by environmental degradation, to rebuild trust. One of the global challenges and grave concerns that impact our lives and future is corruption. The government recognizes that fighting corruption is critical to achieving sustainable development, and accordingly hosted the first ever regional anti-corruption conference for Pacific leaders in 2020. The outcome of this conference, Teyenwa Vision, reaffirms the Pacific unity against corruption, as well as integrating good governance principles into their broader developmental agenda. At the international level, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, along with the General Assembly, can lead the way by ensuring that anti-corruption efforts are prioritized in our development efforts in our pursuit of global sustainable development, with SDG 16 as our guidepost. Mr. President, enhancing prosperity is essential for sustaining peace, and so the government is dedicated to people-centric principles, placing these citizens at the center of our decisions and services, and promoting transparent governance. We value continuous learning and capacity development for a competent public service to deliver on development goals. Building capacity and transfer of knowledge to enhance the capacity of our people is sustainable. This allows our people to take ownership of our own national processes and procedures, thus guiding our development. We acknowledge the support of our development partners, which needs to be well coordinated and harmonized to ensure fair and equal distribution and allocation of limited resources amongst competing needs. We are committed to expanding access to overseas labor market, providing decent working conditions and adhering to international labor standards. In education, we invest in our young generation and educators, support accessible, well-resourced schools for quality learning environments, and ensure equal access to high-quality education at all levels to nurture our people and advance our nation forward. Mr. President, in the pursuit of SDG acceleration, Kiribati is faced with significant challenges due to its geographical isolation, scatteredness of its islands within its 3.5 million square kilometers economic exclusive zone, and vulnerability to climate change, to name a few. Encountered with these significant challenges, delivery of essential services such as education, health, security, including the implementation of activities related to achieving SDGs in Kiribati, is very costly. We should be given increased access to financial resources to obtain equipment, infrastructure, and others to achieve SDGs and at the same time develop our country. This includes an urgent call to scale up global financial resources and simplifying guidelines to allow easy access. Achieving this guarantees Kiribati to be placed in a better position to sustain peace and harmony. With a vast ocean and airspace, Kiribati resources are central to our survival, development, and security. To harness our ocean resources sustainably, we need financial assistance and access to the right capabilities, technology, and equipment. Likewise, the management of our airspace is important for security purposes. This will enable us to effectively manage our maritime domain and airspace, ensuring responsible utilization while protecting our fragile ecosystem. At the front of climate change, Kiribati is experiencing intensifying severe drought, with coastal inundation affecting homes, public infrastructure, food, and water security. The projected cost for adaptation has significantly increased. Therefore, developed countries are urged to put more funds beyond the global pledge agreed to in Paris. This would also finance the loss and damage and facilitate investment in early warning systems and forecast. With that said, this would help our people adapt to the changing environmental conditions and to build resilience in our communities. Mr. President, sustainability has become the new governance imperative, which needs to be clearly understood. As leaders of today, it is vital to know exactly what we want to sustain, at what scale, and be wary of its implications. This will require us to be more diligent, patient, and hardworking with sheer determination, so sustainability of resources, efforts, and time is optimally maximized for the betterment of all. Before I conclude, Mr. President, I would like, on behalf of my countrymen and the people of Kiribati, join previous speakers and excellencies in offering our condolences to the government and the people of Morocco and Libya for such a tragedy that they have faced. May God bless them. In conclusion, let's embrace our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Rai, or the Tabemoa, which literally means health, peace, and prosperity upon us all. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly, the General Assembly, will now hear an address by His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, I wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that under your stewardship, we will make progress on the important global agenda before us. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's support throughout your tenure. I also pay special tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Korosi, for leading the 77th session of the General Assembly. We value the role he played to promote science in our overarching goal to improve the lives and livelihoods of all. Mr. President, it is imperative that we recommit to the Charter of the United Nations multilateralism, solidarity, justice, and the peaceful settlement of disputes for sustainable development and a shared future. This calls on us all to respect the sovereign equality of nations, big or small, poor or rich. By working together, we can harness our expertise and learn from one another to strengthen international institutions for the accelerated attainment of Agenda 2030. The impact of conflicts, terrorism, climate change-induced natural disasters, biodiversity loss, and the rising prevalence of disease and pandemics, especially in the developing world, deserve our urgent attention. Regrettably, progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals has been uneven, while global solidarity has been tested and a self-interest superseding cooperation. We have a duty to reignite our commitment to the principles of the 2030 Agenda and rekindle the spirit of multilateralism. To accelerate our action on the SDGs, we must scale up investments in people and communities by ensuring access to quality education, health care, clean water, and sanitation for all. The creation of economic opportunities, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship, especially among women and youth, must remain a priority. Excellencies, Zimbabwe continues to entrench democracy, constitutionalism, good governance, and the rule of law following the recently held 2023 harmonized general elections. I am pleased to highlight that our country enjoyed peace before, during, and after our free, fair, transparent, and credible elections. Zimbabwe has been under the illegal unilateral economic sanctions for 23 years, imposed by some Western countries. These sanctions were designed to subjugate the sovereign will of the Zimbabwean people. We therefore demand that the unjustified unilateral sanctions be unconditionally lifted, including those imposed on countries like Cuba. We remain grateful for the support and solidarity of progressive countries in the Committee of Nations. In spite of these debilitating sanctions, the people of Zimbabwe have become masters of their destiny. This is anchored on a philosophy that, as a people, we have the duty and responsibility of developing our country using our own domestic resources. Partners and investors are welcome, but guided by our own vision and national priority areas. We are recording unprecedented development and economic success milestones. For the last 3 years, our country has been the fastest growing economy in our Southern Africa region. Further, Zimbabwe is prioritizing the eradication of poverty and improving the quality of life of our people, particularly those in rural areas. The empowerment and the capacitation of communal and small-scale farmers has seen us realize food and nutrition security at both household and national level. With effect from this year, our country will become a net exporter of wheat. Zimbabwe has not been spared from the negative impact of climate change. Hence, my government continues to make the requisite investment in infrastructure to mitigate and build resilience towards climate change adaptation. Dams are being built across the country. In addition, we have begun an ambitious and yet achievable program to sink solar-powered balls in each of our country's 35,000 rural villages and schools. Alongside each of these water points are commercial nutritional gardens for the empowerment of our women and youth. Through the use of our own resources, we have constructed an unprecedented number of schools, clinics, and provided other social amenities throughout our communities. Mr. President, today's realities across all regions bring to the fore the importance of global solidarity. No nation, no matter how powerful, can stand alone to realize sustainable and inclusive development. The high-level meetings on universal health coverage, tuberculosis and pandemic prevention, preparedness and response are welcome opportunities to reflect on the importance of maintaining essential services during pandemics and health emergencies. The realization of affordable and quality health delivery, as outlined under SDG 3, is a key deliverable for my administration. Science, technology, and innovation are essential ingredients to leapfrog the modernization and industrialization of developing countries. To this end, Zimbabwe continues to reap the benefits of a comprehensive and transformative heritage-based higher education curriculum. The innovation hubs and industrial parks established within institutions of higher education have refocused young people in our tertiary institutions towards developing and producing goods and services. Allow me to reaffirm that Zimbabwe is actually open for business. Mr. President, building resilience and tackling the adverse impact of climate change should be an urgent priority for us all. In the case of Zimbabwe and the Southern Africa region, floods and droughts have affected the livelihoods of many while hindering progress on national development. May I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the government and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and the State of Libya on the recent loss of lives as a result of the devastating impact of climate change. There is need for concrete climate action as opposed to mere promises, so that we strengthen our adaptation, resilience, and mitigation mechanisms. We must transition to a low-carbon and resilient global economy by increasing investments in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and green infrastructure. Commitments made under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement must be honored to deliver climate justice. It is our hope that progress will be made to operationalize the loss and damage fund. Zimbabwe is implementing a climate change policy and response strategy, while disaster management and the early warning systems continue to be strengthened. Mr. President, the need to reform global financial institutions is of essence to unlock funding for developing countries. The current exclusionary architecture, dominated by a few states, is failing to deliver the requisite resources for countries to finance their developmental priorities and other pressing health and environmental challenges. The shortcomings in the last round of SDR allocations should be addressed. Zimbabwe supports the stimulus package proposed by the United Nations Secretary General. We further call for the long-term concessional loans, increased access to unused special drawing rights, as well as the use of modalities such as debt cancellation and restructuring as a stimulus for developing countries to grow their economies and build greater resilience. We strongly condemn tendencies by some powerful countries who preach peace, human rights, and democracy, and yet clandestinely fund conflicts and the unconstitutional change of governments for their own narrow interests. We further condemn the use of unilateral and illegal sanctions as a foreign policy tool at the disposal of some powerful nations, such as those sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe and the countries like Cuba. Such actions hamper the trust, global solidarity, and the multilateralism we desire. It is important that we channel our collective efforts towards building peace and driving forward our development agenda for shared prosperity. There is much more that unites us than that which divides us. Similarly, the establishment of a fair and inclusive global security architecture has become urgent. The maintenance of peace and security should never be the preserve of a privileged few. Zimbabwe reaffirms calls by Africa for the reform of the United Nations Security Council in line with Ezulwini Consensus and the CITE Declaration. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Zimbabwe's commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter as we implement our Global Agenda 2030. Collectively, let us restore human dignity, peace, security, and stability, while safeguarding our planet for the shared prosperity of present and future generations. Together, in unity and harmony, we are stronger. I thank you for listening.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency José Ramos Horta, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency José Ramos Horta, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
In the Tetu language, the Derk Manek, in Portuguese, Bon dia, in Bahasa Indonesia, Selamat pagi, in English, of course, good morning. I begin my speech in English. In Portuguese, Excelência, somos uma democracia.
Excellencies, we are young, imperfect, and vibrant democracy, an oasis of peace, tolerance, and freedom. Since our independence in 2002, our democracy has evolved. It is alive and dynamic. The Economist magazine's Democracy Index rates Timor-Leste as the most democratic country in Southeast Asia. The Reporters Without Borders organization, in their most recent World Press Freedom Index, places Timor-Leste in the 10th global position in freedom of the press. We are a multicultural, multi-religious, multilingual, and multi-ethnic society. With humility, we continue to build a country that is open to the world, tolerant, free of hate and violence. A 98% majority of practicing Catholics live in harmony with our Protestant and Muslim brothers and sisters. Timor-Leste has no political violence, nor tensions or crimes based on ethnicity or religion. We have no domestic organized crime, nor armed robberies. Despite a significant reduction in poverty, multidimensional poverty remains high, around 45.8%, and even higher among children. To bring our population out of extreme poverty, food insecurity, neonatal mortality, rickets, and child malnutrition, and to provide care for children and their mothers are some of the challenges that we are determined to directly confront in the next 5 years. For this reason, child malnutrition and access to preschool education are two of our key priorities. In collaboration with UNICEF, our government plans to implement an intersectoral early childhood development policy in order to drive investments in a child's initial years and build a solid basis for social and human capital. We have a high and unacceptable incidence of domestic violence. However, UN Union has recognized that Timor-Leste is taking significant steps to implement legal frameworks and international policies, including CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and Security Council Resolution 1325, in order to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. We are an observer state at ASEAN, with the right to participate in all summits of heads of state and government, as well as meetings of ministers, high authorities, and technical staff. During the last 20 years since our independence, and in the 10 years since we formally applied for ASEAN membership, most economic and social indicators show significant progress, including in life expectancy, which was below 60 years in 2002 and is now risen to 70 years, reduced poverty and child mortality, 21 doctors in 2002, and now more than 1,200. In 2002, the capital had partial power coverage, while the rest of the country did not have such privilege. Currently, power is available in 96.1% of our territory. We are very grateful for the Asian leaders' unanimous decision to grant observer status to Timor-Leste, a pathway to membership, and a broad support package to continue to build our staff and diplomats' skills. We do not depend on foreign aid, and we are eternally grateful to those who helped us when our needs were greatest. We finance our own national budget with the returns from a sovereign fund invested in U.S. Treasury bonds and in global financial markets, with an annual return in excess of 9%. Timor-Leste is an active member of the Community of Portuguese-speaking countries and a co-founder of the international G7 Plus group, which was established in 2010 in Dili and is formed by 20 countries affected by conflicts.
Ukraine and the resulting geopolitical fragmentation have disproportionately impacted the already fragile and conflict-affected countries. They have always felt the brunt of every global crisis. On the other hand, these countries are the least responsible for those crises. The incidents of extreme hunger, poverty, and the humanitarian crisis caused by wars, climate change, and geoeconomic fragmentation are increasingly concentrated in fragile and conflict-affected countries. Conflicts proliferate and economic and social conditions are worsening in countries around the world. But we seem to have forgotten the children of the tragedies of Myanmar, Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, Palestine, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The growing tensions among regional and global powers are eroding the potential of our collective security institutions at a time when we face existential challenges. We cannot accept the incomprehensible anachronisms such as the embargo imposed on the Cuban people, or the continuing impasse of the Western Sahara conflict, and or the blatant disregard of UN resolutions on the two-state solution for Israel and Palestine. On and off, we hear about the need to reform the UN Security Council. Academics concoct an expanded Security Council, regurgitate ideas for a more representative body reflecting today's demographics, which is in itself an almost surreal task, bearing in mind that leaders up to the present have not ended nuclear arms race, remain the biggest arms merchants of death, led in the desecration of Mother Nature, failed to help the poorest out of poverty, have not shown wisdom in writing off the debt incurred by countries of the poorer South, burdens caused by loan sharks from Western commercial banks. Children living in conflict zones continue to come under attack on an alarming scale. Recent years have seen an exacerbation of children's vulnerability to grave violation. In Myanmar, unable to control the ground, the military pursue a scorched earth strategy with widespread use of aircraft, helicopter targeting civilians across the country. At least 3,000 civilians have been killed and 70,000 people arbitrarily imprisoned, including the legitimately elected leaders such as Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi. Timor-Leste condemned the invasion, violation of sovereignty, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and the ongoing war with its catastrophic consequences for the Ukrainian people, but also for the Russians and for the rest of the world, with the disruption of global trade in grain and energy. We know from experience and history that very seldom wars are won on the battlefield. Miscalculation, false pride prevail, and the war goes on for years. Killings and utter destruction continue until exhaustion. Only then the sides involved decide to begin negotiations on a peace settlement. Why not talk now? Excellencies, people living in fragile circumstances already feel the effects of climate change most severely. We need a new outlook on the climate and security nexus, which will address the impact of climate change and environmental degradation on peace, security, and ensure that the quest for energy transition does not worsen the security situation in vulnerable and fragile countries. Therefore, we would propose a bold initiative. The initiative seeks to accelerate the just energy transition in fragile developing states that heavily rely on oil and gas production to prevent turmoil and unrest. The combined efforts of unlocking finance through debt alleviation, streamlining international finance at lowest interest rates, and significantly increase official development assistance will empower these nations to embark on projects that foster development of clean industries, address the ongoing loss and damage related to climate change, facilitate their efforts in greenhouse mitigation and adaptation to climate change. While initiatives to further the just transition exist, they do not pay enough attention to either fragile or vulnerable states nor to LDCs and SIDS. As a second priority, this initiative will pay urgent attention to particular challenges faced by fragile states that are not only susceptible to fragility and vulnerability on their own, but where there is heightened risk when faced with any massive economic turmoil, which the green transition, if not handled carefully, would increase. Thirdly, as the urgency to transition to low-carbon economy and clean energy accelerate, this initiative will seek to ensure that the quest for rare earth elements and critical minerals does not lead to further instability, nor promote weak governance or exacerbate local tensions, nor grievances in the countries where strategic reserves of such elements and minerals are found. This initiative seeks to create a brighter and more sustainable future for our planet and all inhabitants by facilitating the energy transition in small island states, LDCs, and climate vulnerable nations. We aim to mitigate climate change impacts and preserve our shared global environment for generations to come. The super-rich CEO of banks and credit countries, in the face of agony of poverty, rising costs in the most impoverished countries, remain indifferent to the calls for debt cancellation. I'm stating here to banks and other credit institutions, cancel off this damn debt. It would be a leap forward in international solidarity if all OECD countries were to allocate 1% of their national GDP to ODA. We would see positive effects on poverty rates, food security, access to basic health services, education, electricity, drinking water, sanitation, housing, or social security, with multiplier effects on the diversification of economies, especially in agriculture. We live in a world full of dualities, an increasing prosperous world whose wealth has increased by 30 trillion a year, according to Nobel Prize winner Kailash Satyarthi, but the leaderships of the G7 or G20 fail to reflect this in the fight against hunger, stunting, and other forms of multidimensional poverty. We need to adopt a universal child benefit, a new ODA target for a fair share for children, targeting particularly children in fragile, low-income countries. Excellence, allow me to remind you the story that is no longer part of our daily conversation, the story of the 3-year-old Aylan Kurdi, an innocent Syrian child whose lifeless body washed ashore near the Turkish resort town of Bodrum in September 2005. And how many of us pain at the sight of children dying every day of hunger and in the other ongoing wars. In centuries past, the Atlantic Ocean was the graveyard of African slaves, and those who survived the voyage built new countries with their sweat and blood. In this 21st century, the Mediterranean Sea is the new graveyard of thousands of Africans fleeing drought, extreme poverty, and conflicts. Excellencies, no one should fear the Chinese, Indian, European, American superpowers. Rather, we should welcome the positive reality of global countries that share with us diasporas, cultures, and interests in well-being or security that are deeply intertwined with our own. We can gain more from the free movement of people and goods than from building concrete walls. We all benefit from the impressive Indian transformation into a global economic success story. India has an admirable track record of decades of practical solidarity with other developing countries, even during the early stages of its own development. Equally, we want to see prosperity in Europe, in Japan, South Korea, Australia. But their continuing prosperity depends on peace and stability in the global South, depends on our markets, workforce, and providers of raw wealth, which they process and re-export. But this unequal relationship has to change, and will change only when we invest more in high-quality education and health for our children and youth, when we invest more in science and technology. We have the chance of the century to build a new partnership of equals between the rich, super rich of the North and us in the periphery, with a renewed spirit of mission around the global causes of nature and human survival. Failing this, we will sing together, rich and poor, the weak and the powerful. May God bless us all. Thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
ahora la Asamblea escuchará un
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
a nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before my remarks, I would like to express my heartfelt condolences to the people of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Republic of Libya who have lost their loved ones in the recent natural calamities. South Sudan stands in solidarity with them during this difficult moment in their respective countries. Excellencies, on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of South Sudan, I stand before you today to reaffirm our commitment to world peace and security. We are committed to global efforts aimed at addressing challenges that we face as a human family. We are also committed to multilateralism and international cooperation as the best means of achieving our shared aspirations. Within this context, we are hopeful that together we can rebuild trust among member states and reignite global solidarity on the basis of sovereign equality of all states as enshrined in the founding charter of this esteemed organization. Excellencies, we recognize the urgency of challenges before us. We are also aware of concerted action required to address these challenges in order to ensure a better future for the coming generations. To this effect, South Sudan has developed sustainable development goals, rescue plan with the focus on 7 SDG targets. This plan provides a roadmap of a better future for our people. And given that education is the key that will allow us to achieve our SDGs rapidly, I am pleased to report that South Sudan has made some progress in its education sector. Since our independence in 2011, our constitution, for example, guarantees all children free access to education. We have also designated education as a human right of every child. In February this year, I directed the Ministry of Education to implement free primary and secondary education policy across the country. This policy has directly led to enrollment of 2.3 million children in our schools. To ensure that girls stay in schools, we have banned child marriages through an act of parliament. More importantly, we have increased education budget with the goal of paying teachers a living wage. In the health sector, we plan to dedicate resources towards providing affordable and standard health care, and this will be done through primary health care approach that is inclusive and cost effective. Excellencies, on climate change, South Sudan is dedicated to addressing its adverse impact. We plan to prioritize sustainable and use sustainable land use, promote renewable energy, and collaborate with international partners to reduce carbon emissions and protect our environment for generations to come. While working on this, it is only fair for us to call upon developed countries to cut their emission by 45% and honor their pledges of availing funds for mitigation adaptation, and loss and damage to the developing countries. With the recently concluded Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi, Kenya, it is high time that the declaration of the summit forms the new crisis for rebuilding trust and regaining global solidarity for attaining the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, we acknowledge the political, humanitarian, and security challenges we have faced as a country since 2013. However, we have turned the corner with the signing of the revitalized peace agreement in 2018. Now we are determined to build on the commitments of our revised National Development Strategy 2021 to 2024 to consolidate peace and stabilize the economy. Ongoing public, financial, management reforms and recently concluded National Economic Conference from solid basis for sound management of public resources for the benefit of our citizens. What remains now is to fast-track the implementation of the remaining provisions in the agreement in order to conclude the transitional period peacefully through fair, transparent, and credible elections in 2024. We have also managed to engage in dialogue and consultation with the various stakeholders, including civil society, women, youth, traditional leaders, and opposition groups to ensure that our peace process is owned and driven by our own people. As we move in this direction, we call upon the United Nations to lift the arms embargo imposed on us to aid peace implementation and to secure the elections. The arms embargo has impeded the implementation of security arrangements because effective deployment of the unified forces which we have graduated cannot happen without arms. Excellencies, as the country sharing the border with the Republic of Sudan. South Sudan has received thousands of Sudanese refugees and our returnees since the conflict broke out in the Sudan in April 2023. This influx has overwhelmed our border communities and created a humanitarian crisis. I'm appealing to the international community to avail resources to help refugees and displaced persons who crossed into South Sudan. While the world is dealing with multiple crises, we call for a provision of sustained support to these displaced persons as we work on how to restore peace and stability in Sudan. In closing, South Sudan stands before this esteemed assembly as a resolute partner in the collective pursuit of a better future for all. I extend our hand of friendship to fellow member states, international organizations, and civil society. Thank you very much and for your kind attention to these remarks. Thank you.
A nombre de la
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
ahora
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the National Committee for the Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, Head of State. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
en nombre de la Asamblea General
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the National Committee for Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, Head of State, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General. At the outset, Mr. President, I would like to extend the warm congratulations of the Guinean delegation on your brilliant election to the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Before this august assembly, I would also like to assure you of my country's support. I take this opportunity to also pay a well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Csaba Kőrösi of Hungary. To Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I extend my gratitude for the dedication with which he leads our organization. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in coming to take part in the work of the 78th regular session of the General Assembly, I'm fulfilling a duty, that of conveying the warm greetings of the sovereign people of Guinea. My country continues to place hope in the United Nations to find appropriate solutions to the issues our world continues to face. In this context, Mr. President, we believe that the fundamentals which underpinned the creation of our organization must adapt to the profound changes in our society. The theme of this session, peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability, is topical, evocative, and deserves particular attention on our part. There is a coup epidemic in Africa. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the continent has been hit by an epidemic of military putsches, particularly in the French-speaking countries south of the Sahara. Everyone condemns them, sanctions them, is disturbed by the sudden resurgence of this phenomenon that we had thought was a thing of the past, and rightly so. But what I wish to say is that the international community must have the honesty and the rectitude to not content itself simply with denouncing the consequences. Rather, it must look to and address the causes. Coups d'etat have multiplied in Africa in recent years because there are deep-rooted reasons for this. And to remedy the problem, ladies and gentlemen, we must look at these root causes. The putschist is not only the person who takes up arms to overthrow a regime. I want us all to be well aware of the fact that the real putschists, the most numerous, and those who avoid any condemnation, are also those who plot and scheme, who use trickery, who cheat to manipulate the text of the Constitution in order to stay in power eternally. It is those in white-collar jobs who change the rules of the game as the game unfolds in order to keep the reins of power in their hands. These are the most numerous kinds of putschists. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am one of those who one day decided to shoulder our responsibility to prevent our country from slipping into complete chaos, into an insurrection. No political forces at the time had the courage nor the means to put an end to the duplicity that we were experiencing, as they were all completely neutralized back then. The institutional correction for which my brothers in arms and I took responsibility on September 5th, 2021, was only a consequence of that chaotic situation which had ended up tearing apart the social fabric of my country and undermining our coexistence. This is not an exhaustive list, but we believe that the transitions underway in Africa are due to several factors, including broken promises, the lethargy of the people, and leaders tampering with constitutions with the sole concern of remaining in power to the detriment of collective well-being. Today, the African people are more awake than ever and more than ever determined to take their destiny into their own hands. The unequal distribution of wealth creates endless inequalities, famine, and abject poverty, which make the daily lives of our populations increasingly difficult. These inequalities are part of the causes for the events that endanger our peaceful coexistence above all. When the wealth of a country is in the hands of an elite, while newborns die in hospitals due to a lack of incubators, it is not surprising that in such conditions we are seeing transitions in order to respond to the profound aspirations of the people. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is suffering from a governance model that has been imposed on it. A model that is certainly good and effective for the West, which developed it over the course of its history, but which is difficult to incorporate and adapt to our realities, our customs, and our environment. Alas, I have to say that the graft did not take. I know that when I say this, many will immediately say to themselves, oh, another warmonger who wants to wring the neck of democracy, or another soldier who wants to impose his dictatorship. However, I want to say very clearly, without hypocrisy, without pretense, eye to eye, we're all aware that this democratic model that you have so insidiously, skillfully imposed on us after the La Baule summit in France, something you've been imposing almost religiously. This model does not work. Various economic and social indices demonstrate this plain and clear. This is not a value judgment on democracy itself. Believe me, this is just taking stock of the situation. It's a balance sheet. Over several decades of chaotic experimentation with this model in our environment, we can make this observation. This was a period full of nothing but political games. And this, of course, has been to the detriment of what is essential, namely the economy and the local processing of our natural resources. Allow me to take this truth exercise a little further. Through my short but very intense experience of managing a state, Guinea, I have come to better understand the extent to which this model has, above all, contributed to maintaining a system of exploitation and plunder of our resources by others, and a rampant corruption of our elites. National leaders who have often been granted democratic labels based on their acquiescence or their capacity for selling off the resources and the property of their people, or perhaps their ease in giving in to the suitor recommendations and injunctions of the great powers. I must confess in this regard that everything that I am facing goes beyond all imagination. These are the same people who profess democracy, transparency, who denounce poor governance and corruption, who dictate the rules. It is they who, behind the scenes, very discreetly and underhandedly, are increasing pressure to make us cede our national wealth through unconscionable leonine contracts. I understand certain leaders and some of my predecessors who, because they possess certain weaknesses, because they were under pressure, or because they had skeletons in their closets, or particularly because they had a political agenda, gave in to what was being asked of them. I understand them, even if I do not approve. In some cases, I was even reminded that if I had a political agenda, I would be less comfortable carrying out the reforms that my government and I are tackling. One thing is certain. We have but one concern, and that is the well-being of the people and living together. This is our priority. This is why the transition I lead has chosen to focus methodically on clear objectives in a precise order: the social, the economic, and the political. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I wear my uniform in service to my people, and I would be grateful if you would respect that oath. An oath to keep ourselves a respectable distance from divisions of all kinds that many attempt to fuel in our countries. The Sahel is undergoing one of the most serious crises in its very long history. But it has the resources that are required to face it. Its legendary sense of diplomacy must be unleashed so that we can speak to each other without interference. It is for this reason that ECOWAS, whose vocation was economic, let's stop getting involved in politics and favor dialogue. The African people are tired, exhausted by the categorizations with which everyone wants to box us in. Africa's population is young. It did not experience the Cold War. It did not experience the ideological wars that have shaped the world over the last 70 years. That is why we, Africans, are insulted by the boxes, the categories, which sometimes place us under the influence of the Americans, sometimes under that of the British, sometimes the French, or the Chinese, or the Russians, and even the Turks. We are neither pro nor anti-American. We are neither pro nor anti-Chinese, nor pro or anti-French, nor pro or anti-Russian, nor pro or anti-Turkish. We are simply pro-African. That is all. Placing us under the influence of this or that power is an insult. It is contempt and racism towards a continent of more than 1,300,000,000 people. It is important that in this prestigious and influential assembly, we understand clearly and definitively that the era of the old Africa is over. With a population of more than 1 billion Africans, around 70% of whom are young people who are completely free, open-minded, open to the world, and determined to take their destiny into their own hands. The time has come to realize that the structures, the rules from the post-war era, established in the absence of our states, which did not yet exist at the time, are obsolete. This is the end of an unbalanced and unjust era where we had no say in the matter. It is time to take our rights into account and to let us take our proper place, but also, and above all, it is time to stop lecturing us and to stop treating us with condescension like children. Rest assured that we're old enough to know what is good for us. We're mature enough to define our priorities, to design our own models which are in line with our identity, the daily reality of our countries and our populations, in line with what we are, quite simply. We would be very grateful to you if you trust us and let us run our business as you have allowed in certain regions of the world, as you have allowed in Asia, in the Near and the Middle East, to cite only a few. This infantilization that we have experienced has had the worst effect on African youth who are now emancipated. In this context, we are all challenged and called upon to carry out a better analysis of the situation with a view to initiating and pursuing new policies for the benefit of all. The international community must look to Africa with new eyes. It must now engage in genuine cooperation with Africa in a spirit of win-win partnership. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the National Committee for Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, and Head of State for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
ahora la Asamblea
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first of all wish to give thanks to Almighty God for having guided our work and for bringing us here together in this beautiful cosmopolitan city of New York. Excellency, Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Majesty, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me to express my sincere thanks to the host country of the United States of America and to its people, in particular to the authorities and people of the state of New York. I thank them all for the very warm welcome and exemplary hospitality that I and my accompanying delegation have been shown. At the outset, I wish to reiterate my most heartfelt condolences to the people of Morocco and Libya. Today, they are in mourning following natural disasters, the human and material damage of which is incalculable. May God bring comfort to those the families at this time of great suffering. Allow me to convey my hearty congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, following his successful election to the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, Burundi assures you of its full cooperation and extends to you every wish for success as you discharge your mandate. I'm also delighted to pay a well-deserved tribute to Mr. Shaba Koroshi, your predecessor, for his sterling work during his term. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to piece back together a world of peace, a world which can foster progress. We must cultivate trust, mutual understanding, and solidarity. It is for that reason that we hail the choice of theme which guides our discussion today. That theme is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet every year in this hall and in other equally important fora. However, the world nevertheless continues to face grave existential threats. As such, that world is unfortunately growing ever more unstable and vulnerable. Trust and solidarity are values which should characterize relations between our states. However, these values are rendered fragile because we have, so to speak, domesticated them and recreated them in our image to further our own interests. We must liberate these values so that they can be shared values. These values must recover their original meaning which was buried following colonialization and the expansion of other selfish ideologies, which sought to drag least developed countries ever deeper for the benefit of rich nations. In reality, colonization missed its chance because it could have created a solidarity by allowing the meeting of cultures and know-how, and by creating a mutually beneficial partnership instead of a partnership characterized by dependency. Trust and solidarity then lost every trace of their initial meaning, with the effects of neocolonialism. Neocolonialism marked by multifaceted forms of interference in the domestic affairs of developing states, through the unjust remuneration given for commodities and through the heavy demands imposed by the Bretton Woods institutions. There is what was called official development aid a few years ago. It's now come to be termed a partnership for development. That's the term in common parlance today. In any case, terms for this concept abound, but they're all tinged with bad faith. Indeed, terms abound to veil this hypocrisy. At the same time, resources dispersed with a view to generating economic returns that could foster economic recovery are themselves shrinking. Today, Mr. President, it is important to move beyond the needs and interests of states. These often vary greatly and are often difficult to reconcile. International solidarity must guarantee that all countries are able to interact on a level playing field. International solidarity that we wish to see does not seek to homogenize, rather it seeks to stand as a bridge between differences and even between radically opposing viewpoints. It seeks to allow respectful and mutually beneficial relations to flower. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, trust and solidarity should be the cornerstone on which thriving international relations can develop, international relations free of inequality and conflict. This is, incidentally, the goal that Burundi is striving to achieve, first and foremost at a national level. We're seeking to cultivate and strengthen this ideal within our people. As such, after years of instability, the process of truth and reconciliation launched in Burundi is today bearing a bounty of fruit because the people of Burundi are now energized in pursuit of a common ideal as they seek to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In this connection, we call upon friendly countries and partners to support the action of Burundi's government, and we heartily encourage foreign investment. However, the sad truth is that ODA, which should support the efforts of the government as it seeks to guarantee the well-being of its citizens, has little by little faded away to instead be channeled towards non-state actors which serve the geopolitical and economic interests of certain so-called donor states. These interests are unspoken and clandestine. Evidently, international solidarity should encourage developed nations to make tangible contributions to the socio-economic development of LDCs. A Kirundi proverb, Nwetanguro Muburu, means prosperity can only last if it is shared. That proverb reminds us that investing in the prosperity of a neighbor is to indisputably guarantee and shore up one's own sustainability and progress. This, Mr. President, reminds us of the urgent need to rethink and strengthen our global partnership. That, in our view, involves ensuring debt relief, a substantial increase in resources devoted to the fight against poverty. It involves strengthening South-South cooperation, the sharing of technologies and innovation, and it involves broadening commercial agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of all of the challenges above, Burundi remains determined, and indeed we trust that this Assembly will work to rebuild trust in my country. We believe that it will champion a process by which international solidarity is revived. The government and people of Burundi have a genuine and staunch determination to maximize the dividends of peace and to protect our hard-won reconciliation. In view of that goal, our warhorse is the promotion of good governance and the fight against all forms of injustice. Indeed, we are engaged in a tireless struggle to ensure the proper management of public affairs, and thanks to this determined struggle, Burundi has made significant progress in terms of democracy, good governance, and improving its business climate. Consequently, we have become a safe place for investment and a range of economic activities. Moreover, significant efforts are being made in productive sectors which create mass employment and which drive growth. Against this backdrop, my government is striving to particularly stimulate the agricultural sector. That sector employs vast swathes of Burundi's population. Consequently, in light of that goal, we have taken the decision to finance our agricultural sector through our national program of agricultural subsidies. That program subsidizes fertilizers, selected seed species, and plant health products. We're also focusing on development of research in the agricultural sector, as well as the mechanization of it and the use of advanced technologies to ensure agro-food processing and to shore up rural infrastructure. To do all of the above, a national pact for agriculture has been established, and it has put in place 2 agricultural hubs built around 4 lucrative subsectors. That was done very quickly, and we now also have a special agricultural industrial zone. In all of the above endeavours, we wish to involve Burundian economic operators and foreign investors. To implement this plan, we have a new investment code and have made regulatory adjustments which make our environment a very attractive one. Given the fact that we have a climate which favours year-round agriculture, given the fact that we have a wealth of labour available, and given the exceptional fertility of our soil, Burundi is the best possible destination for anyone wishing to invest in the agricultural sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in other sectors, elsewhere, my government has just updated its mining code to create an investment-friendly environment within this sector. The abundant mineral wealth of our country remains underexploited. My government's goal is to bring about economic recovery by exploiting our natural resources. The goal is to make Burundi an emerging country by 2040 and a developed country in 2060. To succeed in this endeavour, we are giving pride of place to young people and women. They are the real drivers of socio-economic development because of the way they promote entrepreneurship, innovation, and because of their spirit of creativity. Indeed, we are particularly backing young people because there is no weapon more effective than young people in the fight against poverty and in conflict prevention. As an African Union champion for the Youth, Peace and Security agenda, I wish to take this opportunity to call for a better inclusion of and the more effective participation of young people in the development agendas of our respective states. In this regard, I welcome the General Assembly's decision to create a United Nations Youth Office. I congratulate the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who proposed this flagship initiative in his report, Our Common Agenda. This is exactly how intergenerational trust and solidarity will serve as genuine sources of peace and security for sustainable development. As a staunch advocate of non-discrimination where women and young people are concerned, the government of my country has chosen to use the bounty of talent and knowledge to promote their economic empowerment. In order to expedite the implementation of Agenda 2030, education has been free in Burundi since 2005, and that has allowed Burundian girls to access quality education and, as such, to prepare for an active participation in national life. For 2 decades now, Burundi has improved the ratio of men to women in the political sphere. We have set a quota of 30% for women in the National Assembly and the Senate. Today, women hold approximately 50% of seats in the parliament, in the government, and in the most senior positions. In order to leave no one behind, as it ushers in socio-economic development, the government of Burundi is sparing no effort to promote the empowerment and emancipation of all sectors of its population. With this in mind, the Batwa community, who has long time fallen foul of discrimination, today benefits from an affirmative action policy, which is implemented in education, healthcare, and housing systems. There is free healthcare for children and pregnant women, and that has contributed to improving the living conditions of women in general and of Batwa families in particular. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have taken my time to describe to you the situation of my country, to show to you that Burundi is well and truly back on track, and that means we have our rightful place within the concert of nations. We've earned it. Mine is a country that has overcome difficult situations in its history, but we have all the assets we need to go very far indeed in terms of development. Today, Burundi is something of a burden for development partners, but tomorrow the situation could change if we were to obtain sizable seed capital to once and for all leave the LDC category. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we want to see a better world, but that project is being hampered by a multitude of conflicts that we need to address in a united fashion and in a spirit of brotherhood. Countries in difficulty need us all. It is therefore in a spirit of solidarity that within the East African community that I chair, we've launched a series of initiatives in order to restore peace and security in the east of the DRC. Burundi also participates in peacekeeping operations and in the fight against terrorism in the CAR and in Somalia. That is testament to the desire harbored by the Burundian people to contribute to the advent of a better world built on foundations of solidarity. I reiterate the need for international solidarity to be shown in order to bring peace to the east of the DRC. At the same time, Burundi reaffirms its tireless support for the Luanda and Nairobi peace processes, as well as for the Peace, Security and Cooperation Framework Agreement for the DRC and the region. The regional oversight mechanism of that agreement is chaired by Burundi. In this connection, I'd like to say the following. Whilst we do insist on the need to rebuild trust between states, we must together condemn certain spoilers who fan the flames of conflicts and devote themselves to sowing destabilization in other states. Let us call a spade a spade. The political and security-related instability in countries of the South, particularly in Africa, is born of the desire of powers who wish to control the domestic policies of developing nations. Africa, in particular, has become the arena for geopolitical conflicts playing out between major powers, and we continue as such to fall behind in terms of economic development. That economic deficit becomes the cause of internal conflicts, which then plunge our countries into abject poverty. We are battling against external interference in domestic affairs. At the same time, we also condemn the re-emergence of anti-constitutional changes to systems of government, which are a serious erosion of democratic gains seen over the last several years in Africa and throughout the world. Constitutional order and the rule of law must prevail above all. My country reiterates its staunch commitment to the peaceful resolution of conflicts through dialogue, cooperation, joint work and negotiation. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in general terms, security and stability throughout the world seem to be yielding to war, terrorism and violent extremism, as well as crime and violence in its myriad forms. In this regard, at a time when the African Transition Mission in Somalia, ATMIS, is preparing to withdraw in the coming months, once it has completed its successful mandate, I wish to here pay tribute to the professionalism and self-sacrifice of troops working for peace in Somalia, including the Burundian troops. I'd like to also take this opportunity to draw the international community's attention to the consequences of the hasty closure of this mission. That hasty closure risks providing an opportunity to terrorist groups to grow stronger and regroup. Mr. President, turning now to the climate crisis, I welcome the commitments already entered into by states during various international climate negotiations, commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to finance the protection of the environment, climate resilience, and the green transition of the least polluting nations. We want to see these commitments followed up by tangible action, because the failure to mobilize $100 billion annually since 2020, a commitment made in the Paris Agreement, and that was a commitment that was to continue annually until 2025, but the failure of that to materialize imperils the very existence of future generations. We believe that COP28, which will be held this year in Dubai, will provide an excellent opportunity to turn words into actions. Turning now to the increase in migratory flows, we're all aware that the extent of these migratory flows are threats to peace and security. Indeed, this movement is of concern to rich countries, is the consequence of poverty, because these migrants are seeking a better life, and as such they leave poor areas to earn a living in more affluent nations. The reducing migration involves inevitably adopting appropriate cooperation-based measures which allow young people better opportunities to find opportunities for decent work, employment, independent employment, or entrepreneurship. This should be done namely through the implementation of programs which seek to achieve the SDGs and ensure they are achieved on a national level. We are now called upon to focus our efforts on establishing a global partnership which fights poverty in all its forms. However, as we await a lasting solution to poverty, countries of transit and destination must understand our situation and provide dignified and humane assistance to migrants, and must guarantee them their fundamental rights. The respect of human rights is a matter on which we all agree. These rights must be universal and indivisible for all. My country is always against discrimination, as well as against the instrumentalization of human rights and the double standards used in their application. We condemn states who, under the pretext of protecting human rights, use human rights as fodder to interfere in the domestic affairs of states. Moreover, we stand against politically motivated resolutions which target specific states, and we are against the implementation of mechanisms which strangle the states targeted and stifle them without any constructive dialogue taking place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, before I conclude, to reaffirm our commitment to the democratization of the multilateral system. This includes the reform of the United Nations Security Council as well as of the international financial system to make both more representative, just and inclusive, and able to more effectively address the challenges emerging in the world today. International law recognizes the principle of the sovereign equality of all states. Accordingly, these states must enjoy the same rights and the same international duties, including in the sensitive domains of the maintenance of international peace and security. I wish to thank the member states of the Security Council, some of which understand the desire long expressed by Africa. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, as we mark this International Day of Peace, I wish to close my address by paying a fervent tribute to our brave peacekeepers, wherever they are in the world, because they defend a universal cause which transcends all of our differences. For peace, for the sake of peace, let us rebuild trust and reignite international solidarity. May God bless you. Thank you for your kind attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Burundi for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
en nombre
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as the representative of a free and independent country, the Republic of Serbia, which is on its EU accession path, but which at the same time is not ready to turn its back on traditional friendships it had been building for centuries. I want to raise the voice on behalf of my country, but also on behalf of those who today, 78 years after the establishment of the United Nations, truly and equally believe that the principles of the UN Charter are the only substantial defense of the world peace, right to freedom and independence of nations and countries, but more than that, they are the pledge of the mere survival of the human civilization. New global wave of wars and violence that are impacting the foundations of the international security is a painful consequence whose cause lies in abandoning the principles envisaged in the UN Charter. All of us speaking in this renowned organization speak about our own problems, confronting often with a real and imaginary enemy, patronizing our own public, telling fairy tales of the future with insufficient realistic view on the issues. What does the future of the world look like? Even though all of us listened the words of the Secretary General, not many were actually heard. And almost not a single word's news conveyed his words of warning. Nevertheless, in the era of social networks dominance, when only important thing is to get one more like, in the era when each pet gets more attention than children, it is no wonder that we cannot recognize the dangers that are in front of us. As the president of one not so big country, I cannot and I have no right to speak about relations between great powers. It is neither my job nor I could do that. But I can and I will speak about how inobservance of the international public law can bring horrible consequences. The attempt of cutting my country into pieces that had formally started in 2008 by the unilateral declaration of independence of so-called Kosovo has not ended yet. Precisely the violation of the UN Charter in case of Serbia was one of the visible precursors of numerous problems we are all facing today, and that go far beyond the borders of my country and scopes of the region I come from. Broadly observed, since we last met in this hall, the world is neither a better nor a safer place. Quite the opposite. Global peace and stability remain under acute threat. We continue to face problems related to energy security, financial instability, as well as security and disruptions in food and medication supply chains. Not only have we not found solutions to many problems, but they have become more numerous and some of them have even grown more complex. I also spoke about how nobody here listens to anyone and does not strive for real agreements, and in the meantime we started to talk even less and less. It is as if virtually all, guided solely by their own interests, entrenched in their positions, have given up on seeking compromise solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, while for 3 days in a row we pledge from this place to respect of principles and rules of the UN Charter, precisely violation of the respective is rooted in most of the problems in international relations and implementation of dual standards is an open invitation for all those who strive to achieve their interests through war and violence by violating norms of international law, but also basic human moralities. All the speakers so far, and I believe all who will speak after me, spoke about the necessity of changes in the world, underlying their country as the example of morality and commitment to the law and world justice. Today, I will not speak a lot in superlative about my country, about the growth of salaries and pensions, hundreds of kilometers of constructed highways and railroads, newly built hospitals and schools, science technology parks, the Artificial Intelligence Institute, because it is a natural thing that I protect its interests and that I love it more than anything in the world. But I will speak about principles which had been violated and which brought us to the situation in which we are today, and not by the small ones who are often the target of the attack, but by the most powerful countries in the world, especially those who gave themselves the right to lecture, each from its own angle on politics and moral to the whole world. Here, in this hall, only 2 days ago we could hear from the President of the United States the most important principle in relation between the countries, the respect for their territorial integrity and sovereignty. And only as the third most important factor he mentioned human rights. And it seemed to me that everybody in this hall could support it. I, as the President of Serbia, supported that with unhidden jubilance. The only problem in all that was the fact that few hours after his speech, I had to see in these premises the President of the so-called Kosovo, who is considered by the most powerful part of the West the President of an independent country. Originated, by the way, by the secession of the territory of the Republic of Serbia. At the same time, only a few meters away from this hall, the German minister said that Germany firmly observed the UN Charter and UN decisions and documents, and that it would never give up on it. All that would be nice if it were true. Namely, almost all Western powers brutally violated both the UN Charter and the UN Resolution 1244, which had been passed in this renowned organization, as they denied and violated precisely those principles they are defending today. And it happened 24 and exactly 15 years ago. For the first time, unprecedented in the world history, the most powerful 19 countries made a decision without involvement of the UN Security Council, I repeat, without any decision by the UN Security Council, to brutally attack and punish a sovereign country on the European soil, as they had said, to prevent the humanitarian disaster. They didn't laugh out loud when Russian president used the very same words justifying his attack against Ukraine. They forgot that they themselves had used the same narrative, the same words, and the same explanations. Whereby, I would like to inform you that Serbia had not stepped its foot in the territory of some other country, nor jeopardized its existence. But 24 years ago, the most powerful and the strongest 19 had no mercy with small Serbia. Even when they had finished this job. They said that the issue of Kosovo is a democratic issue and it would be resolved in accordance with the UN Charter and other international law documents. And then, contrary to all, but absolutely all documents of the international public law, it occurred to them in 2008 to support the independence of the so-called Kosovo. The illegal decision on secession of the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija from Serbia was made a decade after the war conflict in our country had ended, without a referendum or any other democratic forum for declaring their stances for the citizens of Serbia, or at least in Kosovo itself. This decision was made in a moment when Serbia had a government committed to European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and when including in its composition the province of Kosovo and Metohija, a full-fledged member of the UN, but also of Council of Europe, OSCE, and many other international organizations. Nevertheless, it did not prevent legal and political violence coming from those who are today at the forefront in lecturing from this place. Pointless and meaningless explanations like police terror that Serbian authorities had carried out in its southern province a decade earlier, humanitarian crisis, expelling of the local Albanian population, were only a drop that spilled over the glass of lies and nonsense in order to justify the violence against a sovereign country and in order to undermine its integrity. Namely, since the moment of the victory of those 19 against small Serbia, 70% of Serbs from Kosovo have left their thresholds, and there are by 300,000 Albanians more than have ever been in Kosovo. Well, that much about the law, that much about the justice. Nevertheless, worse than anything is that all those who committed aggression against the Republic of Serbia lectured today about territorial integrity of Ukraine, as if we did not support the integrity of Ukraine. And we do support it, and we will keep supporting it, because we do not change our politics, we do not change our principles, regardless of centuries-long traditional friendship with the Russian Federation. To us, every violence is the same. Every violation of the UN Charter is the same, regardless of the strength of the power that exerts it or inevitably similar excuses makes for its illegal and immoral behavior. But when we ask them about the territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia and about what they had done to my country, the answer is the one that all of you representatives of smaller countries in the world heard on countless of occasions. Do not go back in the past. Look towards the future, because it is the only way for your country to make progress. When it comes to the territorial integrity of Ukraine and Serbia and any other country, all of us are entitled to speak about from this podium at least a bit more than they are. I'm the president of Serbia in my second presidential term. On countless of occasions, I was under different political pressures, and I'm a political veteran. And what I will tell you today is the most important for me. Principles do not change from one circumstance to another. Principles do not apply only on the strong ones. They apply to all. If that's not the case, then there are no longer principles. And that is why I believe that in the modern world, there will either be principles and the same rules will apply to all, or as the world, we will end up in the deepest divisions in our history, in the most difficult conflicts and in problems we will not manage to cope with. Another important thing, peace has become a forbidden word, because all of them have their favorites and their culprits. And the only value that remained to great powers are precisely the principles, but the false ones. As long as they are fine with them, they will call upon them. First time, as it was in the case of Serbia, they disagreed with the principles. Law and rules, law, justice and principles suffered. Today in Kosovo, southern province of the Republic of Serbia, the blunt violence is taking place, exerted against the Serbs by the separatist authorities of Albin Kurti. Only last week, after who knows which failed round of the dialogue in Brussels, Pristina Prime Minister Albin Kurti, after rejecting the European proposal for de-escalation, addressed the public in front of one of the main buildings of the European Union and in front of the millions of viewers of the media that were present, conveyed to not so many reaming Serbs in Kosovo that Serbs will, I quote, suffer and pay for the mistake they made. Is there any possible worse mocking humanity, international order based on the rules and international community than these words? Unfortunately, it is possible. Only one day later, as we sit in this hall, a new contingency of Serbs is being taken to Kurti's prisons, apprehended according to fabricated accusations as a part of his terror campaign. So, much worse are the actions continuously done by that extremist regime in the past 20 months, and which in practice, together with repeated accelerated displacement of the remaining Serbs, are turning into a crawling ethnic cleansing in the heart of Europe. You can conclude by yourself how far that regime's cynicism goes from the following sentence. Since the European Union and the US State Secretary Antony Blinken issued a statement in early June condemning unilateral action of the so-called government of Kosovo, ethnically motivated attacks against Serbs in our southern province raised by 50%, while at the same period Pristina authorities made even 22 new escalatory moves. Serbian boys Stefan Stojanovic and Miloš Stojanovic, who are 11 and 21 years old, were wounded on the Christmas Eve by the members of the so-called Kosovo security forces, in whose equipping take part some of the attendees in this hall, knowing quite well that it is deeply illegal and that the mere existence of the KSF is contrary to the UN Security Council Resolution 1244. 7 innocent civilians were shot by the representatives of the so-called Kosovo institutions, disruption of supplying of hospitals, election voting bans only for Serbs, entire economic blockade for Serbian goods, attacks against churches, graveyards, schools are a part of the sad daily life of my people in this part of our territory, parted by the violent secession contrary to the UN Charter. And you wouldn't believe it, even though there is not a single wounded Albanian, not a single apprehended or injured Albanian, guess what? It is the fault, always, of both sides. Unlike 1999, when Belgrade and other cities in my country were bombed, leaving the bloody track from several thousand dead civilians and soldiers, in scenes that pretty much resemble those that we unfortunately see today in different parts of the world, when an obvious terror, which they themselves say reminds of what happened to Albanians, happens against Serbs, there is no humanitarian disaster, there is no call for action, there is nothing. There are only words, they are only worried now, shrugging their shoulders, but if they have to make any decisions, it will always be, as they put, at the fault of both sides. And in such a world, I believe that one small Serbia, by raising its voice and fighting for universal values of principles and inviolability of internationally recognized borders, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence, gives the example of the fight for the right, the one that was abolished here, even in this building, and protects the principles the world should be made of, with its not such a big strength, but with its paramount decisiveness and courage. We did not change the principles for the purpose of daily politics and our own needs. And just like we preserve the integrity of Serbia, we defend the integrity of each UN member state. It is only a bit sad that all the big ones who are not interested in the law and justice call upon different principles in different circumstances, the principles they find the most suitable at that particular moment. When one follows such politics, when there is no morality in the world politics, then it is clear that we are about to enter the era of big divisions and big conflicts. And not only political and economic, but military ones as well. And precisely in this difficult situation, the UN is the last substantial platform that brings us all together, regardless of all our differences and divisions. I believe that the commitment to peace and development, the desire to resolve disputes through dialogue, to find common ways to end human suffering and to ensure a more prosperous and stable future are precisely what unites us. That is why we extend full support to all important reform processes of the UN organization itself, including the initiatives of the UN Secretary General. For preservation of global peace, and so that we all do not disappear in a Darwinist conflict led by great powers, it is necessary to join our forces, just like 78 years ago in common fight for international order based on the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, respecting the UN Charter is not a choice, it is an obligation. After all, like I have already said by mentioning some names, this is what we had the opportunity to hear during the previous presentations of most of my colleagues while talking, among other issues, about a topic that is still dominant in all forums, the conflict in Ukraine. I will agree with them when it comes to the necessity of respecting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, which the Republic of Serbia has been consistently showing from the beginning. We have been making such appeals continuously for decades, but with a significant difference. Serbia supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all United Nations member states. I repeat, all member states. Therefore, it is hard for me to understand how some are still not acting in a consistent manner when it comes to the need to respect the territorial integrity of Serbia, and how they fail to understand that the selective application of principles leads to pronounced divisions, a lack of solidarity, and mutual understanding. However, I want to thank wholeheartedly to the global majority, significantly more than one half of the UN member states in our example supports the UN Charter, and they do not support a violent partition of my country. I am glad that for the majority of UN member states, double standards are out of the question. We are deeply grateful to all of you who selflessly support our efforts to preserve territorial integrity, thus demonstrating your commitment to the UN Charter. By safekeeping your borders today, you safekeep your borders and you preserve peace. On your behalf, as well as on our behalf, we will continue year after year to underline that defending the principles is the same as defending the freedom, independence, and peace. It often seems to us that the discussion with Prishtina's government is more like a monologue than the dialogue, because it is hard to explain why after more than 10 years after the signing of the Brussels Agreement and taken obligation, the community of Serb majority municipalities has not been formed. The Republic of Serbia, its government, and all the institutions are working in their full capacity on preservation of the dialogue with the Pristina under the EU auspices. It is our task. The dialogue is possible only in case that all of us, including also the European facilitators, adhere firmly to what had been agreed. Misbalance by which Serbia has to make concessions all the time is not leading towards the solution, quite the contrary. It often seems to us that the discussion with Pristina's government is more like a monologue than the dialogue, because it is hard to explain why, after 10 years after the signing of the Brussels Agreement and taken obligations, that community of Serb majority municipalities has not been formed. Like I have already said at the beginning of my speech, Serbia is on its European path, ready to change, reform itself, and to make progress. Today, Serbia has very good cooperation with the United States of America in almost all areas, and we believe that our relations will only be better in the future. At the same time, Serbia will cherish its big and traditional friendships in all continents, while being proud of its good relations with all the nations and countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We do not divide people by the color of their skin or their religious affiliation. That is why our relations with the People's Republic of China, Republic of Korea, Japan, many Arab and other Muslim countries are at the highest historical level. We don't cut our important and historical ties with Russian Federation as well. Believing that the dialogue is the only way for finding the compromise solution, Serbia remains committed to this process in the aim of providing peaceful coexistence of Serbs and Albanians. Peace and stability of the region have no alternative. It is with that belief that we approach to all discussions facilitated by the EU. As many of you maybe know, different interpretations of history are the cause of many disagreements and open issues, not only in our region. I believe in future, and I believe that by using joint efforts, we still have the capacity and ability to try to overcome differences and focus on what connects us, care for well-being of our nations. We want to build bridges, not walls. We need to look towards the future. We need to move forward, to use every chance for economic growth, connectivity, and exchange of ideas. Today we have common toll collection from Belgrade almost to the Adriatic Sea, and soon we'll have it to the Aegean Sea. We open borders in the Balkans, we open labor market and enable free flow of people, goods and capital. Precisely this was the guiding star and initiator of the Open Balkan Initiative, which has given concrete results so far and strengthened regional ownership of the processes of the economic connectivity of the region. The Open Balkan improved also the political atmosphere. We have such approach to all our neighbors, and our key interest is to preserve stability in the region and turn towards as intensive cooperation as possible in all areas. These processes are certainly an inseparable part of our strivings to become a full-fledged member of the European Union, which is at some time one of the key priorities of our foreign policy. Precisely this was the guiding star and initiative of the Open Balkan Initiative, and it gave us concrete results. And we have such approach because priority certainly does not exclude our commitment for cooperation, development and deepening of relations with traditional friends from all parts of the world, from the region in particular, where we remain reliable and responsible partner. We will strive to strengthen existing and build new friendships, both bilaterally and through participation in initiatives and fora of different regions all over the world. The latest confirmation that the geographic distance should not be a barrier for cooperation is recent accession of the Republic of Serbia to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia TAC. Additionally, we are proud for being given a unique opportunity that the spirit of friendship I speak about is to be felt in Belgrade, which will host the specialized exhibition Expo 2027. We are grateful to all those who supported us and had faith in us. Thank you, dear friends. Ladies and gentlemen, after long negotiations with a lot of optimism, the 2030 Agenda Plan of Action for People, Planet and Prosperity was adopted in this room, by which we pledged that no one will be left behind. Halfway to the set deadline for meeting the goals of the agenda, there is still a glimpse of hope that we will be able to fulfill given promise. Although there are many reasons for concern, Even beside the progress that was made in certain areas, unfortunately, we are still facing the basic existential problems like poverty, hunger, and inequality. Serbia puts maximum efforts in order to secure a stable and safe future, initiating at the same time policies based on sustainable development goals. Among some of the results so far are the following: developing instruments for involving principles that no one is left behind into our legislative and strategic documents, as well as participation in global initiatives and their implementation at national levels in areas of sustainable food systems, transformation of education systems, and urban development. We have lived to see the fourth industrial revolution and new technologies as a development opportunity that we must not miss, and that is why we continue with investment into infrastructure, economic reforms, and creation of better business environment. Digitalization and education are among our key priorities. The necessity of finding new sources of growth has also been recognized. That is why our future activities are focused on innovation, research and development, and creative industry. Serbia is the first country in the Southeast Europe region that joined the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence and adopted development strategy in this area back in 2019. Biofor campus is being built. It is a unique multidisciplinary complex for research and development in natural science, which should become one of the key bioeconomic hubs in Europe. We firmly believe that knowledge and science play one of the key roles in accelerating activities towards implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Therefore, I am proud that at the proposal of the Republic of Serbia and like-minded countries, the ANGA adopted a resolution declaring the period from 2024 to 2033 the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. We do all this for future generations. I believe that involvement of the young ones into the implementation of the 2030 Agenda is an important prerequisite for its success, because beyond any doubt, the young ones are the most important development engine of every society. Excellencies, I believe that we are all aware that there is no development without peace. Just like Nelson Mandela said, peace is the greatest weapon for development that any person can have. We must believe in that and work together on it. Conditio sine qua non is, first and foremost, conversation, to listen and to try to hear and understand each other. There is no alternative to peace. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to invite the representatives of all UN member states to take part in World Exhibition Expo 2027 in Belgrade, Serbia's capital, a cosmopolitan metropolis with 2 million inhabitants, is your home, and we extend the welcoming hand for participation in the freest and most diverse international exhibition so far. Come to Belgrade to celebrate the humanity together. Now I know that I spoke much longer than I was asked to do, but have to say that I gave the same right to me as those big powers gave it to themselves. Thank you very much for listening to me.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Angelo Saverin, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Charles Angelo Saverin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of state and heads of government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. President, my delegation and by extension the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica wish to congratulate you on your elevation to the office of President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success during your term. As Dominica currently holds the chairmanship of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, I also extend to you the support of CARICOM during your tenure. Your appointment is testament to the fact that small island developing states' contribution to the multilateral system is of crucial importance, particularly with the innumerable challenges confronting such states globally. Having served as ambassador of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for several years, your experience and knowledge on many of the current issues impacting member states should serve you well in leading the Assembly over the next year. Mr. President, it is quite evident that the challenges being faced globally can be daunting. The climate crisis similarly will not go away, as evidenced, for example, by recent wildfires in Hawaii and Canada, thereby illuminating the discussion on the need to give even more urgent attention to mitigation and climate financing. Global inflation has impacted significantly on the livelihood of the most vulnerable, while there is justification for increasing concern over chronic, non-communicable diseases adversely impacting the health and wellness of our people. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated amidst the global call for an end to this terrible war. Such a situation would normally be unthinkable in this 21st century. As the conflict escalates, the World Bank's most recent estimate for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine is placed at US $411 billion. This figure is expected to increase the longer the conflict persists. All conflicts, Mr. President, must eventually end at the negotiating table. Dominica therefore calls for an end to the fighting and for good faith negotiations to prevail. We join all those resolute in their international obligation to uphold peace as outlined in the United Nations Charter, and we support the call for a resolution to the issues giving rise to this conflict. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica endorses the joint declaration by the G20 on the Russia-Ukraine conflict and other global issues at the end of the 18th G20 summit held recently in New Delhi, India. Mr. President, while we in Dominica are opposed to coups and attempted coups, we are also aware that in 2010, there were a series of uprisings affecting Arab countries of the Middle East and North Africa, which was dubbed in the West as the Arab Spring. These uprisings, with at least the tacit support of the West, resulted in the removal of several governments. There was no talk of sanctions or military intervention to restore the ousted governments. Today, Mr. President, we are witnessing what I refer to as the African summer, and we are hearing the drumbeat of sanctions and military intervention. What is the difference between the Arab Spring and the African summer, I ask? The international community should pay heed to the wisdom of the leaders of the African Union who have opposed military intervention and urged diplomatic engagement. The question is, whose interest would military intervention serve? Certainly not the people of Africa. We in Dominica and the Caribbean urge that in all such situations, the interest of the population be foremost in any consideration of intervention by neighboring countries and indeed by the international community. Mr. President, this year's theme for the General Assembly is in keeping with the strides we should all be making at the international and multilateral levels to achieve an accelerated and progressive implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The challenges faced by small island developing states in achieving this objective are considerable. Typically, the narrow fiscal space and the increase in economic and environmental losses attributable to changes in weather patterns and other climate-related events have served to increase our vulnerabilities exponentially. The evidence suggests that we live in an imperfect world by virtue of our inherent geophysical and socioeconomic characteristics, and some countries, Dominica included, will always be disproportionately disadvantaged by the actions of others. In this regard, we welcome the high-level dialogue on financing for development and the call by the Secretary General for a Climate Ambition Summit. We are optimistic that this forum will be a practical demonstration of a commitment to securing the necessary funding to initiate transformative change. Mr. President, the key elements for accelerating realization of the 2030 Agenda include the harnessing of information communication technologies and the role which science will play in ensuring effective decision-making. ICTs can provide a platform to get more done within a shorter period of time and further create an impetus to bridge the generational gap, allowing for innovation and creativity to emerge to the fore. Our youth must be continually engaged, thereby engendering a sense of trust in their leaders and institutions. This is critical to ensuring that the significant gaps which currently exist between the haves and the have-nots are addressed and drastically reduced. Access to quality education, clean water, food security, proper health care, decent work, proper housing, and economic growth taken together must be the foundation upon which we continue to ensure that no one is left behind. The immiserating of our more vulnerable societies by unfair trade practices must be replaced by trade practices which reasonably benefit primary producers and support and/or encourage downstream processing and manufacturing, while international resources must be targeted at the most vulnerable and indigent among us. Only then can we be assured of achieving a society of prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, advancement towards the Sustainable Development Goals must be people-centered, complemented by policies which allow for security and peace. The government of Dominica recognizes the central role of its citizens in the decision-making process on major national issues, and to this end, government has engaged the expertise of the international community in reviewing its electoral system and has embarked on a wide cross-sectoral consultation to hear varying views from every segment of the society on recommendations for electoral reform in the country. It is therefore anticipated that when the final measures are brought before Parliament, they will be in keeping with best practices and the views of the majority. The Commonwealth of Dominica will continue to identify with and champion the agenda of small island developing states on the international level. Accordingly, we wish to emphasize the need for the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund agreed upon at COP27. Implementation of this fund will allow SEEDS to access the required resources earmarked for the recovery of our vulnerable economies post-disasters and further facilitate the creation of a vital safety net for our people. Over the last 30 years, SEEDS have been advocated for resilience building measures based on our inherent vulnerabilities and the frequency and magnitude of increase in global shocks. The lack of adequate assistance from developmental partners and international financial institutions has forced governments to borrow at unfavorable terms, resulting in high repayment costs and unsustainable debt levels for our fragile economies. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica fully supports the work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which can contribute to unlocking the type of financing which is so urgently required. Additionally, Dominica pledges its full support and participation in the upcoming SEEDS conference to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024. This conference should serve as a watershed moment for all SEEDS, such that action-oriented outcomes can be derived. Moreover, mindful of the confluence of challenges confronting SEEDS today, there should be no further delay in the much-needed reform of international financial institutions to address the contemporary realities of debt distress and debt solvency. Dominica therefore joins fellow member states of CARICOM in support of the Bridgetown Initiative as a core blueprint for restructuring the architecture of sovereign debt. Mr. President, my delegation unreservedly welcomes the adoption of the BBNJ agreement, building on the legacy of the United Nations Conference of the Law of the Sea. This achievement reaffirms the UN's role in facilitating the implementation of multilaterally agreed solutions to global challenges. Dominica supports the early entry into force of this agreement as well as its implementation. My delegation further welcomes the commitments shared by all to ensure capacity building and transfer of marine technology to support developing countries in their quest to implement and benefit from the said agreement. The prevailing situation in our fellow CARICOM member states of Haiti is a dire one which deserves urgent international intervention. Haiti faces deep-rooted crises on multiple fronts, much of it arising from its post-independence relations with the international community, poor governance over the years, and the lingering effects of the catastrophic devastation visited on that country by a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in January of 2010. To date, Mr. President, while there may have been preliminary figures, I am not aware that any comprehensive assessment detailing the extent of the destruction of the 2010 earthquake, nor a World Bank estimate of the cost of reconstruction, as has been done with the situation in Ukraine. The fact remains that since 2010, Haiti has been hit by several earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, pandemics, and socio-political instability. If ever there was a cause deserving the full attention of the international community, that cause is Haiti. The Commonwealth of Dominica aligns itself with processes outlined by the Organization of American States to support the people of Haiti in August of 2022, as well as decisions taken by the CARICOM community at its 45th regular meeting of heads of government in July of this year to lend active support to the government and people of Haiti in the effort to arrive at a Haitian-led solution to the ongoing crisis. While both these institutions have offered commendable and necessary recommendations, even collectively, these will not be sufficient to normalize the current situation in Haiti. We have accepted that the crises in Haiti are not limited to food shortage and security. The IPC report lays bare the severity of Haiti's food crisis, noting, and I quote, that nearly half of the population of 11 million is grappling with high levels of acute food insecurity. Additionally, the humanitarian situation is being further aggravated by a national security problem, including the illicit flow of arms and ammunition and gang-related violence. The Commonwealth of Dominica is of the view that a strategy which addresses the root causes of instability in Haiti will be embraced by the people of Haiti. We also underscore that such an approach cannot be pursued without the unwavering support of the international community. My delegation therefore calls on the Security Council to move decisively to offer support to Haiti in key priority areas, including security, governance, education, health, water and electricity, sustainable livelihoods, and long-term development planning and advocacy. Mr. President, Dominica continues to stand with the overwhelming majority of the international community in calling for the removal of the 60-year-old economic blockade imposed on the Republic of Cuba by the United States. In November of 2022, this body voted overwhelmingly 185-2, condemning the embargo. Even Ukraine, Mr. President, could not bring itself to support the United States in this outdated and unjust measure and abstained from voting. This body must continue to condemn this egregious violation until it is lifted, as it has severely impacted the lives and livelihoods of the ordinary Cuban citizens for the last 6 decades. Additionally, the inclusion of that country on the United States State Department unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism are all unjustified measures. Further, Mr. President, my delegation supports the lifting of sanctions on the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This hegemonic situation constitutes a violation of the human rights of the Venezuelan people. We therefore stand in solidarity with the government and people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and look forward to a complete lifting of all such sanctions, thus allowing the realization of the great potential for the rapid socioeconomic development of this great nation. Finally, Mr. President, as one of the more vulnerable small island states, which was devastated in 2015 by Tropical Storm Erika, resulting in significant loss of life and loss of over 90% of our GDP, and being again struck by Hurricane Maria in 2017, resulting in the loss of 226% of our GDP, we empathize with the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco, who was struck by a 6.8 magnitude earthquake on September the 8th, resulting in over 3,000 deaths and twice as many injuries and the complete devastation of several communities. Similarly, Mr. President, Dominica empathizes with the government and people of Libya, who experienced flooding of biblical proportions, resulting in the loss of more than 20,000 lives, with thousands of citizens still unaccounted for, according to UN reports, and incalculable devastation in terms of infrastructure and built heritage. We welcome the responses of neighboring countries and the international community to these catastrophes in both of these North African countries, and urge even greater response in line with the magnitude of these natural disasters. Mr. President, I end by calling all member states of this United Nations to recommit ourselves to this organization as an instrument of our joint obligation to the global community. And I wish you, Mr. President, and all delegates to this 78th session every success during these deliberations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Distinguished delegates and excellencies, may I have the singular honor of presenting to you my President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, as Head of State. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Head of State, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
The Chairman of the General Assembly, His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate His Excellency Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on his election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I extend my sincere condolences to the victims and families of the natural disasters that hit Morocco and Libya in recent days. We stand in solidarity with our Moroccan and Libyan friends during this difficult time. Mr. President, rebuilding trust and reigniting solidarity is an appropriate point of departure not only for reflecting on the challenges before the multilaterals today, but also reviewing developments in my own country, Sri Lanka, over the past year. At this time last year, amidst multiple global crises, Sri Lanka was experiencing its most challenging period in recent times, socially, economically, and politically, which had a devastating impact on people's lives. Even our democratic traditions were threatened by attempts to occupy our parliament and bring it to a halt. Nevertheless, we succeeded in bringing about a democratic political transition due to our deeply entrenched and resilient democratic traditions. Restoring to the regraduation of Sri Lanka's economy, coupled with the gift of fertilizer from the United States government, which led to a bumper harvest, has assisted us in ensuring stability during that period. The reforms I have since initiated in the economic, financial, institutional, and reconciliation fronts have been directed on the one hand towards rebuilding trust and confidence between the people and the government, and on the other towards laying the foundation for economic stabilization and recovery. Sri Lankans are already witnessing the positive outcomes of these measures in their daily lives and the revival of confidence internally and externally in the progress of the country. It is my intention to lead the country towards sustainable and stable recovery and growth, which will benefit all segments of Sri Lankan society in all parts of the country, ensuring a future of peace, prosperity, and reconciliation for the present and future generations of women and men. In reaching this goal, we will be accompanied by the support, trust, and solidarity of our own people and of the international community. Mr. President, as we turn the corner towards the 80th anniversary of the UN and prepare for the Summit of the Future in 2024, we see the fragmented geopolitical landscape of a multipolar world where new centers of global power have emerged. Accompanying this systemic change are on one hand great expectations of development and human progress, with millions of people rising out of poverty to prosperity. On the other hand, we see a world where former big power rivalries and geopolitical tensions have reignited in open war, overlapping with new theaters of conflict and tension on land and in the oceans. Security alliances have expanded and recent arrangements have been formed to deal with strategic threats, perceptions in old and new theaters of conflict. North-South divisions are widening with the digital divide, the financial and debt crisis, and the energy transition. Contrary to the promise of 2030, today we are seeing levels of poverty and hunger not witnessed in decades. Neutral, non-aligned countries of the global south, such as Sri Lanka, are once again constrained in between new global power configurations, facing those who do not respect the sovereignty of our nations. In numerous recent declarations in the UN and beyond, including at the G20 in Delhi, the BRICS in Pretoria, and G7 in Hiroshima, we have agreed that our challenges are interconnected across borders and all other divides. We must grasp the opportunity to unite in order to build an inclusive future. It is an appropriate reflection of this current global predicament that the theme for this year's general debate is rebuilding trust and reuniting global solidarity. Mr. President, this year, in parallel with the UNGA, we have participated in 3 interrelated summits dealing with the accelerating the SDGs, financing for development, and climate ambition, where we agree that international solidarity and collective action is needed to address these simultaneously. Cross-border financial impact of the crisis, such as climate change and the pandemic, are impeding the ability of smaller, indebted countries such as mine to make progress on the SDGs and climate adaptation and mitigation. Conflicts and tensions among big powers are complicating the policy environment for the rest by adding uncertainty to economic and macro financial stability, disrupting supply chains, causing inflation, as well as food and energy security. Long before the SDGs, Sri Lanka has achieved high human and social development indicators, which ranked us in a category well above the other middle-income countries. Neither has Sri Lanka shirked its responsibility to the planet. Last year at COP27, we outlined our climate ambition plan. We said that by 2030, we will have 70% renewable energy in electricity generation, increase forest cover by 32%, and reduce greenhouse emissions by 14.5%. We will phase out coal by 2040 and reach net zero by 2050. Our low carbon development trajectory gave us one of the lowest per capita carbon emission rates for a lower MIC country. This year, as a result of exogenous shocks and debt, the incremental progress we were proud to have reached have been reversed. Food inflation putting significant pressure on food security amongst vulnerable communities At the same time, children's education and nutrition have suffered due to the pandemic and economic crisis. In parallel, last month, Sri Lanka, we were grappling with the driest weather spell seen in recent years, followed by torrential rainfalls. Adverse climatic outcome in a spilling over onto our tight fiscal space just as we begin to stabilize from last year's economic crisis. As a climate vulnerable developing country in debt crisis, the urgency to mobilize climate finance is greater today than it was ever before. However, despite promises made to which we were all witnesses, the rich countries are not delivering to expectation. Developed countries must do their part and fulfill what they agreed, assuming their share of the common but differentiated responsibility, provide assistance for mitigation and adaptation and compensation for loss and damage. Mr. President, national efforts alone will not suffice to ensure the success of the SDGs and reverse climate change. The need for global solidarity to restructure international financial architecture is paramount. This is articulated loud and clear in multiple global fora, including in G20 and the BRICS. The Secretary General's SDG stimulus highlights the interconnections between the achievements of the SDGs, combating climate change, and the concrete interventions required by creditors, sovereign and private, as well as by IFS, including to mitigate the debt crisis. It is estimated that the 2008 financial crisis cost the US economy $4 trillion. Recent studies in US have stated that the impact of the pandemic on the US economy from 2020 to 2023 would reach $14 trillion. These numbers would more than double if the rest of the global economy is added. We have not faced an economic crisis of this magnitude any time before in our modern history. The cost of World War II in today's US dollars would amount only to $4 trillion, and the Marshall Plan would be $150 billion. This is the magnitude of the challenge before us. Therefore, if we are unable to restructure the global fiscal order, then certainly we will fail in the struggle to reverse climate change and achieve the SDG goals. There is still time for course correction as the crisis has not reached its peak. At the same time, Paris Summit for a new global financing pact will come up with the funding requirements. Therefore, the Summit for the Future should not be crafting new programs, but restructuring the present financial architecture to suit the needs of climate change and sustainable development. Mr. President, this must be the priority of the General Assembly. We cannot afford to allow divisions to drive focus away from this crisis. While key issues such as the Bridgetown Initiative and the necessity to address the debt of low-income countries are being discussed in this Assembly, it's not commanding the attention it deserves. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to give priority to these connected issues of climate change, debt relief, and sustainable development. This impacts the future of the mankind. The survival of the planet must be our priority. We cannot afford to go into this war with a divided high command. The future of all species on the globe is dependent on our ability to put aside our rivalries until this crisis is solved. Multilateral machinery, which reflects the world of the past century, needs to be reformed to meet the challenges of the present and the future. A machinery which has failed to find a solution to the long-standing Palestine question. The composition of the Security Council must be expanded to be representative of current global diversity and decision-making. In parallel, the role of the UN General Assembly must be strengthened. We are asking that the permanent members engage in a credible dialogue which will lead to a unified approach to combat these threats ahead of the next sessions. I would like to repeat again, we are asking that the permanent members engage in a credible dialogue which will lead to a unified approach to combat these threats ahead of the next sessions. Mr. President, while we seek solidarity and financing to alleviate poverty and climate challenges, global military expenditure has risen today to a record level, reaching $2.24 trillion. This reflects the strategic trust deficit among the powerful key arms control framework which were instrumental in maintaining system stability in the past, which have collapsed. And nuclear conflict is once again under open discussion, potentially and apocalyptically triggered by autonomous controls. We urge restraint in the increase of military expenditure which leads to escalation of conflict. Developing countries have been the voice of sanity and reason in this regard for decades. In keeping with Sri Lanka's long-standing position, support your disarmament of the weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons, this year Sri Lanka ratified the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Yesterday, we acceded to the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The war in Ukraine has far-reaching and severe financial and humanitarian repercussions on food, hunger and debt in all parts of the world, including Sri Lanka. It is recalled that the UN Charter vests on powerful states in the Security Council the responsibility to maintain international peace and security and to de-escalate rather than ignite conflict. We need to halt the momentum where this and other big power tensions are spilling over into established areas of international rules-based cooperation forged over decades of multilateral negotiation, ranging from international trade to ocean governance. Mr. President, this international system is today undergoing vast changes. At the same time, it's been confronted with unprecedented challenges. We come to the United Nations to demonstrate solidarity in arriving at common solutions. What is at stake is not the future of the United Nations, but our planet as a whole. Member states will need to find new ways of working together despite increasing mistrust that has permeated international relations. We who have not been able to find a solution to the Palestinian question must now be able at least to find a solution to the questions which threaten the existence of the present global community. And this can be achieved through the willingness of the permanent members to work together in solidarity with the developing world. They must show the way. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Head of State, for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. Like most preceding speakers, I would also like to express my fraternal compassion and solidarity with the peoples of Morocco and Libya, who have been so hard hit recently by natural disasters with unthinkable consequences. A few weeks ago, I received the report of a mission that I had sent to Libya as part of the African Union mission of peace and reconciliation, which I have headed for almost 6 years. The report from this mission is a testament to the courage and resilience of the Libyan people, who are weary of living divided. A people that is fighting to banish the demons of the country's partition, to return to the path of truth, reconciliation, and peace. A people determined to walk the path of recovery and to regain prosperity. This is a people, a brave and courageous people that have given so much to Africa. It is to them that I express my sincere condolences. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our general debate clearly reflects our common will to change the world in a qualitative manner. Thus was the noble philosophy and the aim of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN 2030 Agenda to ensure peace, security, and prosperity for all the peoples of the world. Whether we're striving to eliminate poverty and hunger in the world, thanks to a more just and equitable global economy, and thanks to a more efficient and sustainable agriculture, or whether we're working to guarantee health for as many as possible and quality education for the most underprivileged. These are all absolute priorities, as are, inter alia, providing water and electricity to as many people as possible, building road, rail, port, airport, and energy infrastructure to link territories, countries, regions, and subregions. The conservation of biodiverse ecosystems, especially through responsible management of these tropical forests that are some of the most precious gifts that Providence has bestowed upon us. Fighting to change mindsets throughout the world while respecting the diversity of cultural expression and while promoting mutual tolerance. Inculcating our societies with the idea of gender equality and gender parity, and empowerment of women and girls. With regards to that last point, I'd like to underscore the weighty role played by women in my country over the last 15 years. Today, women contribute immensely to promoting their rights and freedoms, to eliminating poverty and expanding inclusive education through training and study of all kinds. To sum up, all of these priorities that I have just listed call upon all of us to have a heightened sense of duty and responsibility, as well as openness toward the virtues of dialogue, a strong spirit of solidarity, patience, and resilience. The well-being of the nations of the world, I believe, hinge largely upon this change and this choice. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today, the climate is the most pressing of all emergencies. This emergency strikes at the heart of life in all of its diversity. It jeopardizes our existence in all of its complexity. The inexorable rise of sea levels that jeopardizes island countries, rampant desertification that nothing seems to be able to stop, suffocating heat waves that take the lives of so many elderly people, frequent flooding, and sudden mudslides that cause the damage that we've seen recently. These are all dangerous and devastating phenomena that have shocked even the skeptics among us. And that is why, shouldering my responsibility as president of the Climate Commission of the Congo Basin, I launched, during the COP27 in Egypt, an initiative called the Global Reforestation Decade for greater biodiversity and for denser vegetation cover for the benefit of humanity. In the same spirit, my country, the Republic of Congo, has committed to hosting in October a summit of 3 basins of biodiversity ecosystems and tropical forests, namely the Congo, and the Amazon, Borneo Mekong, as well as Southeast Asia, as a collective and concerted response of these 3 green lungs of our planet to climate insecurity, which threatens all of us. Since time immemorial, as we all know, forests have made life possible for millions and millions of people. With a deforestation rate that is one of the lowest in the world, just 0.06%, my country is fully playing its part in protecting the environment for the survival of humanity. Today, we warmly welcome the inscription of the Odzala Kokua Natural Reserve on the World Heritage List, in the World Heritage List. This took place at the 45th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, which was recently held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is clearly an act of recognition, an act that justly rewards the efforts of my country to preserve this natural treasure of almost 1.2 million hectares, so rich in animal and plant biodiversity in the heart of the Congo Basin. These sacrifices made by riparian communities who have voluntarily given up certain activities that could harm the environment, and the willingness of states to abandon development projects to protect biodiverse ecosystems. These should also be compensated financially by the international community, a compensation that is in no way charity. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, with regard to agricultural development, we know that we must protect arable land from the harmful effects of climate change. Otherwise, production estimates would vary widely, and planning would become impossible. Our responsibility as leaders is clear as day. With a population of nearly 2 billion in 2050, Africa must now make a qualitative leap to in high-quality food, and can thus banish forever the specter of famine and population flight. Africa is in dire need of modern agriculture, supported by modern irrigation and mechanization systems. Agriculture that would allow it to greatly reduce its food imports, which are still too high. That is why I'm calling for effective technical and financial partnerships to make great strides in this sector. Africa has no need for partnerships based on official development aid that is politically oriented and tantamount to organized charity. Trickle-in subsidies filtered by the selfish interests of donors will certainly not allow for a real and effective rise of our continent. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the current session of the General Assembly is taking place at a time when wars and other armed conflicts are raging throughout the world. Here, I would like to once again underscore that no progress is possible on any continent or any country without peace. The hope of attaining the SDGs laid out by the UN would be merely an illusion if we do not ourselves create the most important of all conditions needed for the realization, that is to say, peace. For its part, and whenever possible, the Republic of Congo has always striven toward the peaceful resolution of conflicts in Africa and throughout the world. That is why my country has decided to take active part in the African Initiative for Peace Mediation between Russia and Ukraine. Due to the risk of generalized war that these events are creating for the world, it is not only the two belligerents in this conflict, but also foreign powers that could nudge the course of events toward peace. All of these actors must temper their emotions, stop fanning the flames, and commit immediately to engaging in peace negotiations that would be just, sincere, and equitable. The world desperately needs these negotiations to prevent the confrontation that's already underway, already so devastating, from further spiraling and pushing humanity into what could be an irreversible cataclysm. That is to say, total war beyond the control of the great powers themselves. I remain convinced that the wise recommendations put forward by Africa to restore peace between Ukraine and Russia will ultimately be heeded. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as President of the High-Level Committee of the African Union on Libya, I would be remiss not to mention before this august assembly the dire situation that this country has been living in since 2011. A situation in which I am fully invested on behalf of the African Union. Efforts toward peace made in this difficult situation continued recently in July of this year as part of the reconciliation meeting that took place in Brazzaville, in my country. This meeting allowed various actors from the entire Libyan political and social spectrum to sit at the same table. We spared no effort to encourage the parties involved to overcome their differences and to reconcile their views of the challenges that a future Libya would face. The Inter-Libyan Reconciliation Conference, which I preside, aims at mediation, but it will not be effective unless it is inclusive, constructive, and consensus-based. It must allow our Libyan brothers and sisters to rediscover the virtues of dialogue and to end their standoff, to learn to forgive each other, and to give precedence to justice, the foundation of the law-based state, whose history they are called on to write. Once again, I call for the support of the international community, beginning with the countries of the sub-region and the organizations that they belong to, as well as, of course, the countries of the Quartet, to provide tangible support for our efforts to create a strong and credible prospect of resolving once and for all this crisis, which has gone on far too long. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in light of the unilateralism that is dangerously eroding the foundations of the great edifice that so many generations have helped to build since 1945, the Republic of Congo, through myself, reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, the key to justice in international relations, and the key to balance, equity, peace, and cooperation for shared development. Multilateralism, as we all know, can only flourish in a just and equitable global system, a system that reflects not the phantoms of the past, but the changing reality of our time. Whence the urgent need to reform its flagship instrument, that is, the Security Council of the UN, in order to guarantee fairer representation of all continents and all peoples of the world. Here, Africa has a common position, a compromise and consensus-based position. My country has staunchly defended for more than a decade. Here and now, I reiterate the African demand, legitimate in every way, to see two of the UN with veto rights. This would merely be justice in the face of history. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Congo for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. The world over today, hundreds of millions of people are besieged by anxiety about their present and future security, dignity, and prospects of well-being. Many are victims and witnesses of present assaults of many, and many more are afraid of future violations of their most fundamental expectations. In his opening address, our Secretary General provided a graphic snapshot of the condition of the world and humanity, a situation that calls into question the state of multilateralism in terms of its founding aspirations as well as its present agenda. The poverty, fear, suffering, and humanitarian distress haunting the victims of conflict, drought, famine, flooding, wildfires, cyclones, deadly disease outbreaks, and other disasters are the outcomes of sustained violation of the most essential principles and the systemic neglect of humanity's dearest values, which lie at the very foundation of the UN Charter. The failure of peace and security systems, inadequate development, and limited climate action amidst technological advancement and enormous wealth has left us in a state of paralysis, enduring one of the darkest periods of human existence. We may all agree, without any fear of contradiction, that the world is headed in a most undesirable direction. It is moments like this that the affirmative spirit of multilateralism, international collective action, and global solidarity is most needed and should be attained. This is not the occasion for any member of the United Nations to escape when they should be rising to the challenge of the moment. Resorting to pursuit of narrow, insular, antisocial agendas within exclusive clubs constituted to maintain the status quo that undermines and cannibalizes the United Nations systems at the expense of progress in humanity's collective journey to the future of our aspirations is totally unacceptable. The existence of this inimical clique of geopolitical formations defies the fundamental values and principles of the UN system, and its operations have led to alienation, mistrust, insecurity, and exclusion of and among peoples, nations, regions, and continents. Moments like now place the nature and purpose of multilateralism under sharp scrutiny for history's honest examination and judgment. If any confirmation was ever needed that the United Nations Security Council is dysfunctional, undemocratic, non-inclusive, unrepresentative, and therefore incapable of delivering meaningful progress in our world as presently constituted, the rampant impunity of its actors on global scene settles that matter. The environment of pervasive mistrust between the global north versus the global south, developed versus developing, rich versus poor, polluters versus victims, and net emitters versus net victims, which complicate and frustrates multilateralism, is the inevitable result of promises not kept, commitments not actualized, resolutions not honored, and principles not observed. Multilateralism has been failed by abuse of trust, negligence, and impunity. A year ago, I stood in this assembly hall to call upon the global community to transform the UN system in order to achieve a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system which works for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of the farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the world. In the face of the most urgent crisis of our time, it is now clear that the international community has fallen seriously behind in meeting its targets in both climate action and the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as their underlying enabler, peace and security. We as Africa have come to the world not to ask for arms, charity, or handouts, but to work with the rest of the global community to give every human being in this world a decent chance of security and prosperity by taking necessary actions, mobilizing adequate resources for investment, confronting security challenges, and resolving conflict as we all make our contribution to global prosperity. Kenya is proud of the contribution it continues to make in its tireless endeavor to support peacemaking, conflict prevention, peacekeeping, peace building, and other interventions undertaken across different regions. All across Africa, there is progress in efforts to resolve conflict and restore peace and stability, while at the same time, we are witnessing setbacks to democratic consolidation in the form of unconstitutional changes to governments. Kenya remains committed, determined, and indefatigable in its contribution to unity, peace, security, stability, and prosperity. Often, we have made encouraging progress. For example, on 5th December 2022, the Juba Peace Agreement ushering in a 2-year transition was signed by the parties to the conflict in Sudan. A day after, the Inter-Congolese Dialogue on EAC-led process and concluded its 3rd session in Nairobi. The following day, the government of Somalia and Somaliland agreed to resume reconciliation. We are also proud of the progress made in stabilizing Eastern DRC as a result of the EAC regional force setting the DRC on the path to sustainable peace and stability. In Ethiopia, the guns have gone silent following the Pretoria and Nairobi agreements, while in South Sudan, the parties have committed to explore ways to resume and conclude the stalled peace process and to hold elections. Our proactive commitment to peace, which is not limited to our continent, inspired us to dispatch the African Peace Delegation consisting of 6 African heads of state to Moscow and Kiev with a 10-point peace plan, beginning with efforts to initiate a mediation process to resolve the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Although the delegation encountered significant challenges in their mission, we remain very proud that they showed up. The hunger for peace and security in Africa is evident, and this bodes well for the prospects of attaining the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 and global peace. Kenya stands in solidarity with all humanity, without regard to region, border, or hemisphere. This is why and how we see the people of the Republic of Haiti, who are suffering immensely from the bitter legacy of slavery, colonialism, sabotage, and neglect. As a nation which was forced to wage a painful struggle for our own independence and sovereignty, Kenya empathizes very deeply with the humiliation of our proud people in Haiti and the price they have had to pay for their hunger for liberty and the sorrow they have endured for their thirst for freedom. Haiti is the ultimate test of international solidarity and collective action. The international community has failed this test so far and thus let down a people very, very badly. Haiti deserves better from the world. The cry of our brothers and sisters who were the first people to win their struggle for freedom from colonial tyranny has reached our ears and touched our hearts. Doing nothing in the face of the historic isolation, neglect, and betrayal of the people of Haiti is out of question. Inaction is no longer an option. As we mobilize to show up for Ukraine and countries that have experienced the devastating impact of climate shocks, including Libya, Morocco, and Hawaii, we must not leave Haiti behind. We must commit to show up in the spirit of solidarity to support our people regain their political and socio-economic footing by reinforcing the underlying enabler that is security. Kenya is ready to play its part in full and join with a coalition of other nations of goodwill, and there are many, as a great friend and true sibling of Haiti. We urge the United Nations to urgently deliver an appropriate framework to facilitate the deployment of multinational security support as part of a holistic response to Haiti's challenges. We call on the Security Council to contribute positively by approving a resolution under Chapter 7 that tailors the security support mission to the specific needs of Haiti and its people. This should be part of a comprehensive strategy that includes delivering humanitarian aid, supporting livelihoods, instituting reforms, and fostering a political process guided and owned by Haitians, all in the aim of enabling free and fair elections within a reasonable time frame. We are encouraged by many countries which have already stepped forward to take part in this solidarity. We must recognize that stability, peace, and security form the foundation on which the pursuit and realization of sustainable development and climate action stands. This realization must enable us formulate strategies which treat these initiatives as interconnected, mutually reinforcing, and complementary dimensions of a single agenda. The tragic spectacle of young people from Africa boarding rickety contraptions to gamble their lives away on dangerous voyages in pursuit of opportunities abroad, either as conflict, climate, or economic refugees, is a statement of the failure of the global economic summit in Nairobi. We undertook to begin the journey to course correct and execute a paradigm shift in our pursuit for development and climate action. First, we recognize that both climate action and sustainable development goals must be pursued simultaneously with greater resolve, urgency, and ambition. No meaningful development can take place in countries that are also struggling with climate shocks, and yet, at the same time, the frequency of climate emergencies impedes any meaningful development. As a defining outcome of the Africa Climate Summit, we committed Africa to consider the dual problems through an opportunity lens and deliver effective solutions by pursuing a fresh trajectory. Development is a basic necessity for every society. It must happen one way or another. There should be no doubt about that. Annually, 30 million young people in our continent need jobs, and many more need food. Half of our continent is in the dark without access to electricity in 2023, while hundreds of millions can only cook using biomass because they have no electricity. This is why The commitment of African nations in the Nairobi Declaration is both radical and transformative. Development, in our opinion, is a fundamental imperative, and green growth is the only sustainable way to achieve it. From our standpoint, there is no need to be trapped in a false choice. Sustainable development is robust climate action, and climate action is development. Africa's potential is defined by abundant and diverse resources, ranging from a youthful, highly skilled, and motivated young population, immense renewable energy potential, and mineral resources, including critical minerals, and extensive natural capital endowment, including 60% of the world's unutilized arable land. Capital and technology can find no better returns anywhere than the tremendous investment opportunity in Africa's potential. Such investment would drive green growth, creating jobs and wealth, while decarbonizing global production and consumption. Further, the investments would also connect over 600 people to clean electricity, provide clean cooking to about 1 billion people, finance green manufacturing, including e-mobility, transform African agriculture and food systems, including the manufacture of green fertilizer, process vast tonnage of steel, aluminum, and lithium required by new green industries, and enable our young people find the livelihoods they desire at home, and reverse the tide of migration in the opposite direction. To unlock financing at scale and create incentives for investment at scale in green opportunities, the Nairobi Declaration makes the reform of the international financial system a priority. No meaningful climate action or development can take place in conditions of financial distress. According to IMF data, as of last month, 10 low-income countries were already in debt distress, and 52 are at high or moderate risk of falling into debt distress. The 3.3 billion people in these countries are trapped in a vicious circle of emergency responses, reconstruction, and recovery from more frequent climate shocks, which diverts resources away from both development and climate action, and sucking vulnerable countries into a downward spiral of debt and environmental stress. The global community must therefore develop a debt restructuring initiative that does not wait for nations to plunge over the cliff into debt distress before providing relief. Rather, the new sovereign debt architecture should extend the tenure of sovereign debt and provide a 10-year grace period for countries that are in debt distress. The second financing intervention relates to concessional financing. It is time to work with the international financial institutions to provide more concessional loans, approximately to the tune, in our estimation, of about $500 billion, and to provide increased liquidity support through special drawing rights with a minimum target of what was obtained during the COVID pandemic of $650 billion. Access should be based on specific needs, not entitlement, and this necessitates changes to the allocation mechanism different from what we saw during SDRs for COVID. The third critical reform is that of the financial market reorganization. The entire system of risk assessment and the opaque methodologies employed by credit rating agencies and risk analysis needs to be overhauled at the minimum. We must all recall the miscalculation of subprime mortgage risks by these agencies 2 decades ago, which precipitated a financial crisis whose effects reverberate to date, and ask the following question: on what basis should we believe that their methodologies are better at assessing risk in faraway frontier markets like ours that are far much more complicated to measure objectively than in assessing the value of financial assets in the markets where they actually operate, and which they got so disastrously wrong? If they got it wrong then, I bet you they have it wrong now. In any case, any objective rating must also take into account principles of responsible sovereign lending and accounting, specifically emphasizing the need for international accounting systems that supports the proper valuation of mineral wealth, natural capital, and ecosystem services in the computation of national GDPs. Until that is done, very wealthy countries will be categorized as poor. The fourth limb of the interventions arising out of the Nairobi Declaration is the establishment of a global public climate financing mechanism funded through a global carbon tax on trade in fossil fuels, as well as an emissions levy on aviation and maritime transport, including the option of a global financial transactions tax in order to make available dedicated, affordable, and accessible capital for green investments at scale. The roadmap to this new and urgently needed institutional infrastructure involves sustained engagement at various multilateral processes, and the instruments to actualize it by 2025 shall be a new global climate finance charter to be negotiated through the United Nations General Assembly, COP28, and associated processes. We understand the facts about our collective situation as a global community and as a member of the United Nations family. We know the magnitude of our shared challenges and common threats. We appreciate that multilateralism is on trial, and our task is to defend it. We also recognize that multilateralism is broken, and it is our responsibility to fix it. From this moment to 2030, and from our problems to their solutions, we are connected by a coherent agenda of robust collective action. We must therefore muster the courage and will to stand together in solidarity and act, to right past wrongs, solve present problems, and secure our collective future, to protect and empower all people and support our friends in need, to restore broken trust, raise hopes high, and keep faith strong, and finally, to pursue, achieve, and sustain positive change in order to make billions of cherished dreams come true. We must start right away, for we have no time to lose. And I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wesley Simiyu, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Wesley Simina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Secretary General, Excellencies, I bring warm greetings from the people of the Federated States of Micronesia to this august institution. At the outset, I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I assure you of mine and my delegation's full support, and I have every confidence that you will be successful in leading the General Assembly to a successful conclusion. I would also like to express our appreciation to your distinguished predecessor for his service to the General Assembly, and to the UN Secretary General for his bold and visionary leadership in steering the United Nations during these challenging times. Mr. President, we have just come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, yet our collective challenges have not diminished, but rather we have faced a number of intersecting crises, from the adverse impact of climate change to the decline in the health of our ocean, from sustainable development to peace and security. I will briefly elaborate on them from the perspective of a Pacific small island development state, but I also want to highlight our opportunities. Mr. President, in 2015, the same year in which this body adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the international community also adopted the landmark Paris Agreement on climate change. Though far from perfect, the Paris Agreement represents a key tool to combat climate crisis. The adoption of the Paris Agreement marked a high point in multilateralism, similar to this body's adoption of the 2030 Agenda. Unfortunately, the international community has not done nearly enough to get us on track to limiting the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. One need only scan the news on any random day to see the evidence of the climate crisis in devastating effects around the world today. Loss and damage caused by the climate crisis is accumulating every day in Micronesia, and it will continue to worsen at a faster pace as tipping points are reached. As the Secretary General recently stated, we are now in an era of global boiling. We need a fast-acting mandatory approach, which should be modeled on the Montreal Protocol on Substance and deplete the ozone layer, the best environmental agreement ratified by every UN member state. We should use this workhorse treaty, the little engine that could, as a model for a new agreement to cut methane, the blowtorch, pushing the planet from global warming to global boiling. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change tells us that current nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, if fully implemented, will still lead to over 2 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of this century, with 3 degrees Celsius being a very distinct possibility. This is an existential threat for my country and many other small island developing states. And yet, major emitters, including from the developing world, have yet to commit to updating their nationally determined contributions as part of this global stocktake
in order to get us on a 5.5 degrees Celsius track. This week, I joined my fellow leaders in the High Ambition Coalition on Climate Change in issuing a statement with a strong call for action. In line with the statement, Micronesia strongly implores all parties to the Paris Agreement, particularly major emitters from the developed and developing world, to commit by COP28 to major reductions of emissions of at least half by 2030, with peaking of emissions by 2025, and peg their net zero goals to no later than 2050, in line with the recommendations of the IPCC. As part of this effort, countries should eliminate the emissions of methane, HFCs, and other short-lived climate pollutants from their industrial products and activities, which together could result in the avoidance of at least 0.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. While Micronesia has negligible global emissions, it has bold ambitions to limit its emissions. Through our NDC strategy, by 2030, we aim to reduce CO2 emissions from electricity generation by more than 65% below 2000 levels. By 2050, Micronesia will achieve a net zero. This bold pledge will result in a healthier, happier, and climate-resilient island nation. The climate crisis is indeed impacting health security, food security, water security, economic security, and peace security. It is, without a doubt, an existential threat. We reiterate our call for the appointment of a special representative for climate and security to address these threats. We also call for the full operationalization of the new loss and damage fund at COP28 in order to equip those who are most affected by climate change to deal with the ongoing loss and damage impacts that are faced every day. It is time for those most responsible for climate change to put your money where your mouth is, for the cost of not doing so is far greater than what could ever be quantified. Additionally, Micronesia is proud to announce that we have recently adopted an amendment to our national constitution that recognizes the right of the people to a healthy environment. As custodians of our natural heritage, we adopted the amendment in part to underscore the right that this right is a general principle of international law, applicable to all states, including major contributors to the climate crisis. We need all available tools to fight the climate crisis, including those provided to us under international law. For this reason, Micronesia is proud to have been a member of the core group of countries that advocated for the adoption by this body of a resolution requesting an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on obligations of states and consequences under international law in relation to climate change. Countries like mine and people like mine are the front lines of climate change. But we don't need more promises. What we need now is action, for promises to turn into policy and for policy to turn into proactive steps toward real solutions. As islanders, resilience is in our DNA. But let me remind you that our resilience should not be a placeholder for continued inaction. Mr. President, as a big ocean state, we recognize one clear truth. The ocean is suffering from multiple stressors. It is the duty of the international community to address the sources of those stressors for the sake of present and future generation of mankind, as well as for the sake of the ocean itself. SDG 14 would not have been included in the 2030 agenda if not for the sustained advocacy of Micronesia and other small island developing states, particularly from the Pacific. By the same token, the recent adoption of the PB&J agreement would not have been possible without the key contribution of Pacific small island developing states like Micronesia. As Micronesia had actively engaged in the negotiations of the PB&J agreement, it is also committed to implementing it. This is why I am honored to have been the first head of state to sign the PB&J agreement, which I did yesterday on behalf of Micronesia. I urge members of the UN and other world leaders to sign and ratify the agreement, and also urge for the full implementation of SDG 14 as soon as possible. We also commit to doing our part in implementing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, including with respect to the establishment of marine protected areas and similar measures for at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030. Our work on the Micronesia Challenge, Blue Prosperity Micronesia, and similar initiatives in our part of the world already contribute to that effort. Mr. President, the 2030 agenda is at its halfway point. We are not on track on a number of issues. I have already pronounced myself in more detail at the SDG Summit. But we also have opportunities. We have just completed preparatory meetings for the 4th International Conference on Seeds. We expect the outcome of the conference to be concrete, action-oriented, yet address our most pressing needs in partnership with the international community, including how internet connectivity can change life in the islands by telemedicine and remote learning available at every outlying island, and how transportation can be more sustainable if your only means of transport is our boats. It is my hope that practical action will flow from the conference, including to support the implementation of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Mr. President, Micronesia is a proud matrilineal society where our clans, lineage, and land control are mainly passed down from generation to generation through women. This symbolizes the powerful role of women in our culture and society. Yet we recognize that historically, women have had difficulty in attaining roles in leadership and decision-making in government. So, Mr. President and Mr. Secretary General, I am pleased to report that finally, there are women members currently serving in our National Congress now. And in my own administration, I have committed to putting more women into leadership and decision-making positions, while continuing to meaningfully consult and engage women on matters of national importance in order to strive for a more inclusive and equal Micronesia. Mr. President, traditional threats to peace and security persist, making the principles of the UN all the more valuable to uphold. This is why Micronesia stands in solidarity with Ukraine and supports its independence within its internationally recognized borders. We also urge all member states to cooperate to urgently address the adverse impact of the war in Ukraine on food security, energy, and finance, including in small island developing states like my own that are vulnerable to such impacts. We must find ways to put an end to this illegal war, which continues to erode the credibility and integrity of this premier international body and the principles enshrined in its charter that we all agree to support. This brings me to a related and most crucial point, the reform of the UN Security Council, which was put in place almost 80 years ago. The Security Council has become archaic and ineffective in addressing security challenges of our contemporary world, which are much more complicated, interlocking, and interconnected, including the worsening and devastating impact of climate change. As the Secretary General mentioned in his opening statement, the world has changed, but our institutions have not. Fellow leaders, the time for that change is now. The geopolitical dynamics that we face demand that we embrace change and adapt to the realities and dynamics of the 21st century. Permanent membership of the Security Council must be expanded to include Japan, India, Germany, and others. And non-permanent membership should be expanded as well, including a standalone seat for small and developing states. These changes are needed in order to enhance the legitimacy, credibility, and effectiveness of the Council. The time for Security Council is now. Mr. President, in closing, more than ever in the history of the United Nations, we urgently need to live up to our name and fortify unity among nations, for the challenges of our time demands it of us. Our global community is interconnected, and interdependence among nations is reality. And so no challenge can be solved by any one country or community alone. We must admit we all need each other. And so in addressing these challenges, we must remember that people lie at the heart of every solution, both as a driver and as a benefactor. As a global community, we all gather here within these walls because despite it all, we still believe that we can do better. We still have the audacity to reimagine a more just and prosperous world that is worthy of the next generation. I thank you for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mrs. Chairman, fellow delegates, it is my true honor to be in this great hall today and address you on behalf of Montenegro. This year's general debate topic depicts the key challenges lying before the United Nations as the rebuilding of trust and global solidarity. It also accelerates action on the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And indeed, achieving a sustainable and peaceful future requires our full attention and demonstrates our true commitment to a better world. I reaffirm and reiterate Montenegro's strong support and commitment to the goals and principles of the United Nations, particularly in times like these, when global unity and solidarity are greatly needed. Ladies and gentlemen, to efficiently address global problems, we need wise leadership. Rather than uniting in joint efforts, most often we share only our joint concerns. Yet, the only way of tackling widespread crisis is to be united in action. And I believe we can all agree that the ongoing geopolitical crisis represents a grave challenge to the international peace and security, and an alarming indicator of the need to fully return to the provisions of the UN Charter, respect its binding character and the universality of its goals and principles, civilizational values on which the rule-based world order rests. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have assumed the position of the President of Montenegro just 4 months ago, after our citizens made a resounding choice for change in the recent election. This marks an unprecedented level of support for a new era of our country's democratic development. And this leaves me with no doubt about the political direction our citizens want to see. Strengthening the rule of law, developing prosperity, ensuring social cohesion and equal opportunities. And I'm highly aware of how vital these objectives are in safeguarding our young democracy and our freedom, especially at a time when de-democratization processes are becoming increasingly apparent worldwide. Let me particularly emphasize the importance of the rule of law as the key to unlock the economic potential and improve the living standards. Building truly democratic and independent institutions is crucial along that road. Thus, we are committed to a zero tolerance on corruption and organized crime. And to better achieve our wider policy goals, we base our foreign policy on 3 key pillars. Number 1, accelerating our integration into the European Union. Number 2, further strengthening the credibility of Montenegro as a NATO member. And number 3, fostering the best possible relations with all our neighbors in the Balkans. Montenegro is devoted to safeguarding lasting peace in the Balkans. Therefore, I have commenced my term by strengthening the friendships with our Balkan neighbors. And we have also intensified the discussion with the European Union, thus extensively elaborating on the need of Montenegro's speedy accession into the EU as the best possible signal for all other aspiring states that the EU perspective is still alive. Following these principles, in the 4 months period of my mandate, we opened a meaningful dialogue with the civil society and vulnerable communities, with the aim of pursuing and ultimately achieving a truly inclusive society where nobody is left behind. Creating an environment of equal opportunities where life success is primarily determined by education and hard work is my goal. This is my story, which I believe can become and should become the story of Montenegro and the story of all of us. I belong to a generation that was too young to witness the suffering caused by the wars following the dissolution of Yugoslavia. Yet, I think that I bear no less obligation to work on diminishing the still present consequences and thus preventing such tragic events from occurring again. To this end, Montenegro's strong commitment is to address the past, without any bias, by calling things as they are, as the victims of those tragic events expect them to be called. Not witnessing the fact that we in Montenegro, as in many other democratic countries, often diverge on many political issues, we all agree that peace and prosperity, an equal and just society, and friendly relations, particularly with our neighbors, have no alternative. We are proud of our democracy, but also grateful to our ancestors for having a state to protect and promote our interests abroad. We truly cherish freedom, and we stay united in this. And the same is what we hope from the world, to oath to be united as ever before in defending democracy, human rights, freedom of choice, the rule of law, and ensuring peace and prosperity, but above all, preserving human lives. In this context, I would like to reaffirm once again Montenegro's clear-cut position in condemning unprovoked and unjustified Russia's aggression and our firm support to Ukraine. Besides devastating Ukraine, this war caused an energy, food, and financial crisis that especially harmed the least developed in the world. To that extent, and in accordance with the UN Charter and the adopted General Assembly resolutions, we share the desire for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, there are still far too many places in our world where peace, stability, human rights, and even basic necessities are not granted. And we cannot be proud of this. The international community often emphasizes reactionary humanitarian responses rather than the preventive ones. Think just of the heartbreaking migratory crisis in the Mediterranean region. The confluence of challenges we all face today serves as a formidable obstacle to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite these obstacles, there are constructive ways to move forward. To speed up progress towards achieving the SDGs, it is necessary to mobilize strong political commitment, improve financial resources, and achieve closer cooperation. I believe we should be honest and admit that the Sustainable Development Goals have proven to be a greater challenge than initially expected, requesting from all our countries additional and greater engagement and commitment. And the international community must increase its efforts to combat climate change with concrete actions. This includes full implementation of the Paris Agreement and addressing the interconnected crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Dear delegates, by adopting the declaration in 1991, Montenegro became the world's first ecological state. The declaration defined Montenegrin strategic commitment to adopting and implementing the highest standards and norms in the field of environment protection, nature conservation, and sustainable development. And we are proud of the fact that we were among the first countries to bring the SDGs commitment into the national framework through the Strategy for Sustainable Development. Another major step towards speeding up the implementation of the 2030 UN Development Agenda has been the establishment of the country's SDG Acceleration Fund. One particularly important fiscal and labor market reform resulted in the rise of the minimum wage and minimum pensions, and this was followed by other social security reforms, including the provision of the free books to primary school students, as well as child allowance to all under 18. All those measures supported an environment of equal opportunities, thus tackling one problem that was present in our country for a long time: inequality. Dear colleagues, in the spirit of the 75th anniversary of the landmark Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Montenegro confirms its strong commitment to respecting, protecting, and promoting human rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council during the period of 2022-2024, we are determined to further strengthen the role of this pivotal international forum in responding to situations of serious human rights violations, preserving the universality of international human rights law and the independence of the UN human rights system. Montenegro, as a secular state, takes great pride in our diverse and inclusive society, embracing various cultures and religions. A notable achievement lies in fostering a harmonious and inclusive political environment. And I am convinced that in the near future, even the smallest minority groups, such as the Roma population, should secure their seats in the national parliament. Dear delegates, we also call for a global response to the refugee and migrant crisis. In this regard, we must share responsibility as committed in the global agreements we adopted. We must cooperate in finding solutions and helping countries of destination as well as those countries of origin. Allow me to remind you that Montenegro gave shelter to over 100,000 refugees and displaced people during the wars of former Yugoslavia. More than 20% of our entire population. Also today, we have opened our doors for the biggest number of Ukrainian refugees per capita in Europe. And let me emphasize that the protection of refugees, including their legal status and our decision to provide them with shelter as they flee from devastating conflicts, has received unanimous support from all the political spectrum. Moreover, Montenegrin society stands united in its commitment to uphold international law in this regard, even in the face of significant social pressure on our healthcare system and education infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, Montenegro is firmly committed and determined to actively and constructively contribute and support collective efforts to preserve world peace and security. We strongly advocate for the role and work of the UN peacekeeping missions. To this end, we will continue to strongly support a higher presence of Montenegrin military forces in peace missions under the auspices of the United Nations. We very much welcome the new agenda for peace, where the Secretary General outlined the very founding stones on which we should rebuild the new international system based on trust and solidarity. Montenegro remains determined on the course of a Euro-Atlantic future, good neighborly relations, and multilateralism. And having this in mind, we have launched our candidacy for the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2026-2027, and we do ask for your support. To conclude, dear friends, as a European country, not only geographically, but more importantly, in terms of values and principles, we are convinced that the EU accession of Montenegro, as well as the entire Western Balkan region, will further strengthen our international position and ensure the lasting peace and prosperity. Hence, the accession of Montenegro in the European Union is a story significant not only for Montenegro itself, but it would provide a positive example to all aspiring countries, all the way from the Balkans to the east of Europe, that the EU enlargement is alive and still possible. I very much thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Montenegro for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, may peace, blessings, and the mercy of God be upon you. Those who think that peace can prevail in the Middle East without the Palestinian people enjoying their full, legitimate, and national rights would be mistaken. Once again, I come to you carrying the cause of my people who are struggling for freedom and independence, to remind you of the tragedy caused by the Nakba 75 years ago. The effects of this Nakba continue and are exacerbated by the Israeli occupation of our land. This occupation challenges your resolutions. Over 1,000 resolutions, in fact. This occupation violates the principles of international law and international legitimacy, while it races against time to change the historical, geographical, and demographic reality on the ground, aimed at perpetuating the occupation and entrenching apartheid. Despite this painful reality, and 30 years after the Oslo Accords, which Israel has totally discarded, we still maintain hope that your esteemed organization
will be able to implement its resolutions demanding an end to the Israeli occupation of our territory and realizing the independence of the fully sovereign state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of the 4 June 1967, as well as resolving the issue of Palestinian refugees in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy, especially General Assembly Resolution number 194 and the relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, all of which affirm the illegality of the Israeli occupation and its settlements, in particular Resolution 2334 and the Arab Peace Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before you here, the Israeli racist right-wing government continues its attacks on our people, and through its army and its racist terrorist settlers continues to intimidate and kill our people, to destroy homes and property, to steal our money and resources, and continue to refuse to release the bodies of the martyrs. 600 bodies are being held. For what reason, I do not know. And this is done before the very eyes of the world and with complete impunity. Rather, the leaders and the ministers of this government have even been bragging about their apartheid policies that they are practicing against our people who are under occupation. The Israeli occupation government also persists in its violations of the city of Jerusalem and its people. It continues to assault our Islamic and Christian sacred sites. It violates the historical and legal status of the holy sites, especially the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, which international legitimacy has recognized as an exclusive place of worship for Muslims alone, including the Bab al-Rahma prayer hall and the Al-Buraq wall, according to a resolution by the League of Nations in 1930. The occupying power is also feverishly digging tunnels under and around Al-Aqsa Mosque, threatening its collapse or the collapse of parts of it, which would lead to an explosion with untold consequences. We have repeatedly warned against transforming the political conflict into a religious conflict, for which Israel will bear full responsibility. I hereby call on the international community to assume its responsibilities in preserving the historic and legal status of Jerusalem and its holy sites, specifically the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the Ibrahimi Mosque in Al-Khalil, Hebron. Here I wonder, why remain silent about all the flagrant violations of international law that are being committed by Israel, the occupying power? Why isn't Israel being subjected to serious accountability? Why are sanctions not imposed on it for ignoring and violating international resolutions, as is the case with other countries in the world? Why practice double standards when it comes to Israel? Why accept that Israel is a state above the law? Is it not time to answer these questions? Is it not time? For our part, we will persist with our pursuit of accountability and justice at the relevant international bodies against Israel because of the continued Israeli occupation of our land and the crimes that have been committed and are still being committed against us, as well as against both Britain and America for their roles in the fateful Balfour Declaration. Yes, America and Britain, and against everyone who had a role in the catastrophe and tragedy of our people. We will not forget history. We will not forget pain. We call for acknowledgement. We call for apology. Acknowledgement and apology. We call for reparations. We call for compensation in accordance with international law. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the deadlock in the peace process, due to Israel's policies, we come before you to again appeal for the holding of an international peace conference. Is this too much to ask? Hold an international peace conference in which all countries concerned with achieving peace in the Middle East will participate. Therefore, I ask your esteemed organization and the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to call for and undertake the necessary arrangements to convene this peace conference, which may be the last opportunity to salvage the two-state solution and to prevent the situation from deteriorating more seriously and threatening the security and stability of our region and the entire world. I also call on your organization and the Secretary General to act to implement the resolutions to provide protection for the Palestinian people. We demand protection. We want to be protected from occupation, from the constant aggressions of the occupation army and the terrorist Israeli settlers. We call for support when we approach international courts and bodies with jurisdiction because the current situation is intolerable. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of all that Israel is doing, systematically destroying the two-state solution, it's become necessary, and in order to save the solution, to call on member states of your esteemed organization, each state in its national capacity, to take practical steps on the basis of the relevant resolutions of international legitimacy and international law. I also call on the states that have not yet recognized the State of Palestine to declare their recognition. I call for the State of Palestine to be admitted to full membership in the United Nations. There are two states that the entire world are talking about, Israel and Palestine, but only Israel is recognized. Why not Palestine? I can neither understand nor accept that some states, including America and European states, are reluctant to recognize the State of Palestine, which the United Nations has accepted as an observer state. These same states confirm every day that they support the two-state solution, but they recognize only one of these states, namely Israel. Why? What is the danger posed by the State of Palestine obtaining full membership in the United Nations? What is the danger? Israel enjoys this international recognition, though it has not adhered to the conditions for its accession to the United Nations. It did not adhere. These conditions, namely, are the implementation of Resolutions 181 and 194. We therefore call on your esteemed organization to take deterrent measures against Israel until it fulfills its obligations at least. that were presented in a written declaration by its Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, Moshe Sharett. He sent a written commitment to implement these resolutions in 1949, but nothing has happened since. This request of ours is for the sake of peace and justice, and out of respect for international law, international legitimacy, and this esteemed organization. Ladies and gentlemen, our people are defending their homeland and their legitimate rights through peaceful popular resistance. This is our policy. It is a strategic option for self-defense and to liberate the land from a colonial occupation that does not believe in peace and has no regard for the principles of truth, justice, and human values. We will continue our resistance, our peaceful, popular resistance of this brutal occupation until it is defeated from our land. We are managing our affairs under extremely difficult and complex circumstances as a result of the restrictions imposed on us by the occupying power. These restrictions prevent us from accessing our natural resources. The occupying power unlawfully withholds our money with no just cause. It continues to besiege our people in the Gaza Strip, only deepening the suffering of our people. Moreover, Israel bears full responsibility through its control over all crossing points and dividing lines between the occupied West Bank and its surroundings. It is fully responsible for these points and lines and for the deliberate spread of weapons, drugs, and criminal killings taking place in the Arab cities inside Israel these days. Every day there's a case of murder that Israel is responsible for, part of which is spilling over into our areas, thus creating a great threat to the social security of Palestinians everywhere in our territory. Allow me here to tell you that as long as we continue to suffer under the abhorrent Israeli occupation, we will continue to need financial assistance from the international community. When the occupation ends, we will thank you for your help. In addition to the crucial provision of financial support to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, it is in dire need so that it could support the refugees. We are thankful to the international community for the support it has given us to build our state and our economy, and we look forward to the continuation of this support until the occupation ends. Help us get rid of the occupation, and we would be able to rely on ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, our state institutions are engaged in a comprehensive development and reform process. And in this context, they are cooperating with international institutions and with partners in the region and the world. Recently, we held local elections and elections for institutions, federations, unions, and others. There is a specialized committee to develop the justice sector in Palestine. Civil society is also playing its role in adding vitality to our political system. All that remains is for us to hold democratic general elections, as conducted in 1996, 2005, and 2006. We held elections, but since then we have been unable to hold these elections. Why? Because the Israeli government is obstructing this. by its decision to prevent elections from being held in East Jerusalem. In the first 3 rounds of elections were allowed in East Jerusalem. They were not stopped, despite the significant interventions by many countries and regional and international organizations, which we appreciate, to enable our Palestinian people in Jerusalem to vote and run as candidates in these elections. Today, we renew our rejection of any position holding us responsible for not convening these elections, which are a Palestinian necessity that we want today before tomorrow. We want elections, but we want them to be held in East Jerusalem. Why is Israel stopping us from doing so? Please ask it. In the face of this intransigent position of the Israeli government, we will continue to approach the relevant international bodies to hold the Israeli government accountable and force it to allow us to hold these elections that are long overdue. Ladies and gentlemen, I participated in May in the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Palestinian Nakba of 1948, a tragedy recognized by this august organization. This painful anniversary continues to be ignored and denied by Israel, which is the party that is primarily responsible for this Nakba. I call upon you today to criminalize this denial, criminalize the denial of the Nakba, and designate the 15th of May of each year an international day to commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba, to commemorate the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who were killed in massacres committed by Zionist gangs. Palestinians whose villages were demolished and who were forcibly displaced from their homes. The number of these refugees reached 950,000 people, 950,000 people in 1948. Constituting more than half of the Palestinian population at the time. This is the least that the United Nations should do to honor these victims and to condemn this human tragedy, to commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948. Ladies and gentlemen, for several years now, we have presented our Palestinian narrative, the story of our people, that has been deliberately distorted by the Zionist and Israeli propaganda. We are relieved that the peoples of the world and many countries in the world have started to believe our narrative and sympathize with it, after having been misled for decades. We also thank all those who contributed to sharing this narrative and supporting it and sympathizing it. We thank people of conscience everywhere in the world who today stand up for Palestinian rights. We want and we thank support for our people's struggle for freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, my message today to the Israelis is that this hideous occupation that is imposed on us will not last, regardless of their ambitions and their delusions, because the Palestinian people will remain on their land, which they have inhabited for thousands of years, one generation after the other, as again confirmed by a recent UNESCO resolution on the city of Jericho, which has existed for 10,000 years. The Palestinians cannot leave their land. And if anyone must leave this land, then it must be the occupier. The occupier should leave, not the people of the land. We will stay in our land. My message to the international community is that it should assume its responsibilities with full courage and implement its resolutions to realize Palestinian rights. We ask for no more than that. Realize our rights, implement our resolutions. 1,000 resolutions have been adopted. We're asking to implement just one resolution. Finally, I address all of our people in Palestine, in the refugee camps, in the diaspora, and every place in this vast world. I address you with the highest expressions of appreciation and gratitude for your steadfastness, for upholding your just cause and your rights. I pay tribute to our righteous martyrs and our brave prisoners and our heroic injured people. And I say to everyone, a right is never lost when there is a demand behind it. Victory is ours. We will celebrate the independence of our state in Jerusalem, our eternal capital, and the crown jewel and the flower of all cities. They see it as impossible, and we see it as inevitable. God willing, peace and mercy and blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Assembly will continue its consideration of agenda item entitled General Debate. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a mural adorns the wall of the Security Council chamber. The Norwegian painter Per Trog painted a phoenix there. It's a phoenix that emerges from a world covered with ash that is being rebuilt after the war. The lower part of the mural is dark. It features a dragon. It features soldiers and war machines. The United Nations were founded to protect us from our demons. It was founded to elevate the world community towards peace, cooperation, and solidarity. And yet, the climate is wreaking havoc. The global effort to combat poverty is weakening, and this war of Russia against Ukraine is exacerbating food insecurity and creating an energy crisis. And finally, we are losing our sense of urgency that the pandemic had taught us. The progress is too slow. We are losing ground in many places. Ladies and gentlemen, the mantra of the Indian presidency of the G20 was one earth, one family, one future. And indeed, we are a universal family, and the United Nations should be the backbone. And as Secretary General said, this family is, however, dysfunctional. The European Union wants a world that is multipolar, that is cooperating and progressing towards more democracy, towards more respect of human rights. And yet, confidence is eroding, tension is increasing, and a dangerous bipolar confrontation is threatening us. It's as if we had to choose one side against the other. It's a little bit like the frenetic race to arm ourselves with nuclear weapons in the last century. Artificial intelligence now, especially in the military arena, has become that of geopolitical competition. And yet, it was said by our very much missed Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, wisely put it, the United Nations were not created in order to bring us to paradise, but rather to save us from hell. Ladies and gentlemen, lucidity imposes this. The United Nations system is today sclerotic and hobbled by hostile forces. We must assume our responsibility, and that means being engaged in order to put multilateral cooperation back on solid ground. And to that end, what we need is to first restore trust, solve the most urgent problems, and repair the United Nations system. First, restoring confidence. Trust and confidence, as we know, are based on respecting the sacred principles etched in the United Nations Charter, respecting sovereignty, territorial integrity, and human rights. And yet, for the last 19 months, a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia, without any shame, has been undertaking a war to conquer its neighboring country, which never threatened it in the past, and is therefore sweeping away without shame the fundamental principle. And this brings with it its share of horror and disdain for human life. The General Assembly has on a number of occasions condemned the resumption of the war of Russia against Ukraine, which is, of course, a violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty to which we are so attached. And this means we need to stop the Kremlin in its deadly adventure. But it has not been even slowed in its feeling of impunity. Impunity, as we know, cannot be eternal, and the time for justice will come. The European Union will unwaveringly support Ukraine in its right to legitimate defense. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we know so well that the European Union also knows that this war against Ukraine will not make the other many and major challenges that the world must confront, will not make them disappear. The planet is boiling. The world is torn asunder by poverty and injustice. And we know there will be no miracle if we do not decide to mobilize the massive financing that's necessary now. For example, we have undertaken a collective commitment to limit heating of the planet to 1.5 degrees. And yet we know that we are far from reaching that goal, and heating of our planet will achieve 2.5 degrees between now and the end of the century. We must get back on track. The European Union has raised its goals for energy usage, which is renewable, and energy effectiveness. We have seen this with the G20, and we hope that more members of the international community will commit to this end. It is also in the interest of all countries to build the capacity of developing nations to be able to commit towards carbon neutrality between now and 2050. We see that only a fourth of world private investment is taking place in developing countries, and yet it is the G20 countries that are responsible for 80% of global emissions. And it's only this year only, that the international community will be reaching that promise of some years ago, the bar of $100 billion to finance action for climate. The European Union has been a driving force behind this, with $26 billion in 21 already invested, which is more than our share. We must do more. The International Energy Agency believes that world investments for energy transitions need to reach $5 trillion by 2030. That's 4% of GDP worldwide. And it needs to be maintained at that level to achieve zero carbon for 2050. And that's why in Dubai, we must put in place the financing for funds for loss and damage decided last year in Shanghai, Czech. We must do so at COP28. And finally, the natural disasters are coming one after another at a heady speed. It's all continents and all of our countries, and we saw this most recently in Libya, And that's why putting in place an international disaster fund is more necessary than ever in order to ensure swift and equitable response and to build our collective resilience. Prevention is also key. Hence, the efforts that we support in the United Nations in the context of the Sendai Path and Framework to manage disasters. And likewise, ladies and gentlemen, trade is powerful. It's a powerful tool to bring together climate challenges and prosperity. And that's why we call for urgent solutions to the mechanism for settlement of disputes in the World Trade Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic and financial situation of vulnerable economies has been gravely affected. They were seriously affected by the COVID-19 crisis and the war between Russia and Ukraine. More than 50 low-income countries have defaulted on their debt, and another dozen might follow suit soon. And this is especially due to servicing the debt that replaces expenditures for social protection, education, healthcare. Due to that, 165 million people around the world have been swept into poverty. No one should have to choose between poverty reduction and greening the economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot allow ourselves the luxury of one more debate about the increase here. It's not about begging, it's about justice. What we're talking about here is a global financial system that's more robust and more fair and better prepared for the 21st century. Earmarking $100 million for special drawing rights is an important stage in this development, and we must do more. Of course, we support the stimulus of sustainable development goals presented by the Secretary General, and the European Union is fully committed to implement the common framework of the G20 for debt action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have to go beyond, go even further. The Bretton Woods system needs to be reformed, and it must be done so deeply. It needs to be more equitable. It needs to be more inclusive and more effective. That should be the goal. These institutions were created when many countries were still colonial. And since then, the world has changed. It has changed so much. And yet today, the G7 countries still have almost absolute decision-making power. The European Union is prepared to better share this decision-making power. And regions that almost have no voice need, in our view, to be better involved in the decision-making that concerns them. Second, financial shock is necessary. Entire swaths of the world and peoples that are represented are deprived of access to financing, and this impedes progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and it also increases the possibility of a debt crisis. The Paris Summit led the debate to discuss a new worldwide financial compact convened by the French president, along with Barbados and the Prime Minister of Barbados. We've set the path, and as Mia Mottley said, it is now a question of speed and scope and breadth. We must do what's necessary, and we need to do it in time and for the right reasons. Indeed, we need to act to better mobilize capital, public capital, and act to increase and consolidate and tighten the financial flows which are key for lending capacity of international institutions.
For example, in 60 years, the financing power of the World Bank as a proportion of global production fell sevenfold. And that speaks volumes. We must also reduce the cost of access to loans for vulnerable countries, which often is far higher than that for developed countries. Plus, we must adapt the rules of multilateral development banks when it comes to capital requirements that will allow for a flexible use of their balance sheets without jeopardizing their soundness. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, 3 years ago, Dr. Tedros and I launched the idea of an international treaty on pandemics. And together, we committed to try to persuade the international community to launch negotiations within the WHO. The world needs an ambitious and legally binding instrument to prevent, prepare for, and respond to future pandemics with solidarity. I now call on all of you to amplify your efforts to conclude negotiations by 2024. And we will be a constructive and open partner in this. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, the Secretary General and all of the UN teams are the linchpin of strong action for humanity and the values of the UN Charter. But as we've seen, UN governance is far too often and increasingly impeded. The EU, of course, supports the reform proposals presented by Secretary General in our common agenda. We also commend the progress made in terms of working methods. Today, we would like to go even further and to present a new perspective to necessary and urgent debate on UN reform, as well as 3 proposals on voting rights, on representation, and on the role that should be played by multilateral organizations. On these 3 topics, I call for amending the UN Charter. First of all, veto rights in their current form are being abused. They lead the Council to be paralyzed. A permanent member of the Security Council can violate with impunity and flagrantly our charter and international law. It can even abuse its veto right to prevent sanctions against itself. It can even exploit the Security Council to disseminate propaganda and disinformation, as well as lies, let's be honest. The Charter, however, says that Security Council members must abstain from a vote when it itself is the object of that vote. So I now would like to call on Council members to invoke this provision when Russia is concerned. Lastly, in the same vein, the EU supports the French-Mexican initiative to limit veto rights in the case of mass atrocities. We also support the Code of Conduct for the Council's action against genocides, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And lastly, we support all efforts to bolster transparency and accountability within the Security Council. But beyond this, when it comes to reforming the UN Charter, I think we must establish a mechanism that would combine majority-based decision-making with a moderate and well-controlled, flexible use of the veto right. My second point is representation. The Security Council does not reflect today's world. Currently, 60 countries have never had a seat in the Security Council. Entire swaths of the world, Africa, South America, the Caribbean, Asia, are under or non-represented. We support a comprehensive reform of the Security Council to amplify the voice of these regions and countries. Power and legitimacy go hand in hand. And due to its lack of representativeness, the Security Council is inexorably damaging its own legitimacy. Legitimacy is crucial and must be strengthened on 2 fronts. The UN is a club of nations, and we believe the nation is its basic unit. Therefore, an increased number of permanent Security Council members is inevitable. But we believe, my second point, is that we should go further than this. Regional and continental organizations today play a growing role. That is a fact. The EU, of course, as well as the African Union, the community, Latin American community, ASEAN, these all reflect a new level of legitimacy in international and multilateral fora. These organizations play an effective role in political and economic coordination, and they create spaces for cooperation, closer cooperation, as well as collective action. They also play an increasing role in security. And even more than before, they are also regulatory spaces. That is true of European integration. This example we see has inspired many others, such as the African Union, which is striving to establish a large free trade zone on the continent, or ASEAN as well, which works for coordination between its member states. These organizations have
I know that. I was just asking. Are you doing that with there is another woman in your life or what? I don't know what it is. I kept calling her that. But if you insist, he will stay.
The 9,422nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 13th of September 2022 from the Permanent Representative of Armenia to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council S/2022/688. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Germany, and Turkey to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Miroslav Jenča, Assistant Secretary General for Europe, Central Asia and Americas, Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs and Peace Corporations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite His Excellency Mr. Josep Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Miroslav Jenča.
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Council, Excellencies, on 19 September, Azerbaijan announced that it had launched local counterterrorism activities in the Karabakh Economic Region in response to the tragic deaths of 2 civilians and 4 police officers in incidents involving landmines allegedly placed by Armenian armed forces. According to official statements, Azerbaijan had informed the Russian peacekeeping force and the joint Russian-Turkish monitoring center of its activities as intended to prevent large-scale provocations by the Armenian armed forces, neutralize their military infrastructure, and ensure their withdrawal and the restoration of the constitutional order of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Developments indicated a serious escalation in military operations, with reports of Azerbaijani forces breaking through the line of contact. There were casualties reported, including among the civilian population, as well as evacuations of some thousands of people within the region. The Russian peacekeeping force, which itself suffered casualties, documented numerous ceasefire violations. The United Nations, which is neither present along the line of contact nor in the other areas under the mandate of the Russian peacekeepers, is not in a position to verify or confirm these various claims and allegations. Allow me, nonetheless, to recall the Secretary General's extreme concern over the recent resumption of hostilities that resulted in the tragic loss of civilian lives, including children. United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, also expressed concerns about the impact of the renewed use of armed forces on civilians. He noted that it is critical to return to the peace process and work on an agreement grounded in the respect for human rights. The Secretary General urges all concerned to strictly observe the 2020 ceasefire in accordance with the 9 November of that year joint statement, and to continue implementing their obligations, notably as they relate to international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Mr. President, the escalation occurred following the much-needed delivery on the previous day, the 18th of September, of shipments of wheat, flour, and essential medical items simultaneously through both the Lachin Corridor and the Agdam Road. Members of the Council will recall that over the past months, the issues of freedom of movement of civilians and humanitarian access have been a major source of tension and sharp exchanges between Baku and Yerevan. The Secretary General remains deeply concerned about the impact of the escalation on the fragile humanitarian situation and calls on all parties to urgently facilitate unimpeded access of humanitarian relief to civilians in need. We also note the International Committee of the Red Cross concerns about the humanitarian impact of the latest events on the already vulnerable population in the region, recalling the extremely limited access to basic commodities and healthcare over the past few months. The ICRC assesses that the situation was likely to deepen their suffering. Mr. President, the developments of the past few days should be seen in the context of the broader pattern of regular ceasefire violations which have continued to persist. We note yesterday's announcement of a cessation of hostilities, with the situation on the ground remaining fluid. We also understand that, in a positive step, representatives of the local population and the government of Azerbaijan met earlier today for an initial exchange. In conclusion, we call for a credible and durable cessation of all hostilities. Any renewed escalation would lead to further loss of life and human suffering, and further set back internationally supported peace efforts. The protection and essential needs of the civilian population, including their human rights, must be the overriding priority. A genuine dialogue between the government of Azerbaijan and representatives of the region, together with full engagement in the normalization process by Armenia and Azerbaijan, are the only sustainable way forward. The Secretariat will remain in close contact with all relevant actors and the concerned parties and stands ready to support ongoing peace efforts as needed. The Secretariat is also ready and prepared to conduct a humanitarian needs assessment if given access and provide assistance as needed. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Yensa for his briefing. Now I give the floor to Security Council members who wish to make statements. And I open it with Her Excellency Ms. Catherine Colonna, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of France.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the Assistant Secretary General for his briefing. France requested an urgent meeting of the Security Council on this matter, given the seriousness of the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. After having amassed for several weeks now a significant number of troops and military material, Azerbaijan decided on the 19th of September to launch a large-scale military operation, an operation that mobilized land and aerial means on a massive scale and which affected the civilian population. An operation that no one can believe was not premeditated. Whilst efforts aimed at a negotiated solution are intensifying, and the day before, for the first time in 3 months, delivery of humanitarian aid was able to be resumed. France immediately condemned in the most forthright terms this unacceptable offensive which contravenes the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes enshrined in the UN Charter. And we were not the only country to think this. A number of countries around this table also robustly refused this violence and arbitrary behavior, calling upon Azerbaijan to show restraint and to respect international law. As was to be feared, the outcome of this action was particularly heavy, with hundreds of wounded and dozens of deaths, including civilians, amongst them several children. A ceasefire was announced yesterday. It was indispensable, and it is essential that it be respected. Mr. President, this is not the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan that is being called into question here. Nobody questions this. It is not being threatened. What is at stake is the possibility for the Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh to continue to be able to live in the respect with their rights and history and culture being respected. Such a guarantee can only exist when the stronger party cannot exist if the stronger party exercises deliberate force against the weaker. And when Nagorno-Karabakh now for some time has been subject to a blockade which has prevented the population from receiving food, medicine and energy. France has taken note of the statement of President Aliyev made yesterday, affirming his wish to live in peace with the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh and to preserve their rights. These words represent a commitment for Azerbaijan. Today, they have the responsibility for the fate of the population. If Azerbaijan really wants to arrive at a peaceful and negotiated solution, it must here and now provide tangible guarantees. It must commit in good faith in discussions to not use force or threaten to use force, and accept that this dialogue relates to the rights and guarantees of the population with the support of the international community. It must ensure the amnesty for the forces that have accepted the ceasefire. It must re-establish unconditionally and without delay traffic on the Lachin corridor in accordance with the order handed down by the International Court of Justice on the 22nd of February 2023. Subsequently confirmed by the court, and it must accept an international humanitarian presence in Nagorno-Karabakh that is essential as the winter approaches. Without these guarantees, there cannot be a solution. Mr. President, unfortunately, this is not the first time that France has alerted this Council to the seriousness of the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. It's not the first time that we have called for the Council to be mobilized to avoid a human drama and further destabilize seriously the South Caucasus region. Events in the last few days confirm this. We cannot remain passive and avert our eyes from what is currently happening in Nagorno-Karabakh, because if we were to do that, we would be an accomplice to the massive exodus of the population that has already suffered so much. A lot of information, as you know, has indicated very many departures, and in preparation for this event, and around 10% of the population of Nagorno-Karabakh was displaced due to the offensive of Azerbaijan on the 19th of September. This Council must continue actively to resolve the crisis. It must defend the principles of the Charter and international law by providing our active support to defining the parameters for a negotiated solution between Baku and Nagorno-Karabakh. International law must be respected at all times, everywhere. And it must remain vigilant in the face of any attempts to drag Armenia into these tragic events and use this as a pretext to call into question its territorial integrity. Prime Minister Pashinyan, over the last few months, has shown a sense of responsibility, his wish to see a de-escalation, and his commitment to find a negotiated solution with Azerbaijan based on recognition and respect for the territorial integrity of each of the two countries, with clearly defined and demilitarized borders. France is mobilized, and we will continue to be so within this Council, as well as in all relevant bodies, to ensure lasting and sustainable peace in the South Caucasus to the benefit of all populations in the region. We are prepared to work with all those who are following the same goal. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Colonna for her statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency the Honorable Jan Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you, President, and I also thank Assistant Secretary General Janša for his briefing. Malta is deeply concerned about the latest military escalation by Azerbaijan against Karabakh Armenians. This happened only a few weeks after the Security Council called for efforts to de-escalate the situation and for all sides to engage in constructive dialogue. Such acts constitute an obstacle to peace. Malta condemns any act that endangers civilian lives. We once again call for the protection of women, children, the elderly, people with disability, and other vulnerable